Yep. Ah, ah, ah. A 1, a 2, a 3.
So good evening and welcome to our council meeting on June 17th, 2026. I will now call on Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig. Here. Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton. Present. Councillor Gowing. Present. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick. Councillor James. Present. Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Present. Councillor Rodriguez. Present. Councillor Saladin.
Present.
Councillor Shantz. Councillor Rubanovich. Present. Councillor Wolf. Present. Thank you, Chair.
I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabeg and the Channotton or neutral peoples. In doing this, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work like we are engaging in collectively today, and also on my own individual relationship to the land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen. I am continually grateful to a community who shares their stories and concerns with me. As chair of the region, I know I carry a large responsibility to ensure that it is not just myself on an individual level listening and acting, but that as the government, we are listening and creating action with the community. I'm offering this acknowledgement as one of the many actions that I personally and the region largely is taking on our journey towards reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements. There are a few days of significance I would also like to recognize. June 20th is the summer solstice. This is the longest day of the year and a time of renewal, light, and connection to the land. For many Indigenous peoples, the solstice holds a deep cultural and spiritual significance, marked by ceremony, celebration, and teachings that have been passed down through the generations. As we move into summer, we recognize this season of light and renewal and reflect on the importance of respecting the land and the traditions of the people who have guided it for generations. June 21st is National Indigenous Peoples Day. We celebrate the cultures and the continued contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples across Canada. In our community and in our own organization, Waterloo region have a diverse Indigenous population, and we are grateful for the relationships we continue to build as we work towards an inclusive, equitable community where everyone can thrive. Thank you to all the Indigenous community members, Miigwech, and Father's Day is on June 21st. A happy early Father's Day to all the dads, grandpas, and father figures in Waterloo region. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I would now...
Chair, if I may, sorry.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks. Item 12.2, street design guidelines, please. Yes, declaring conflict on item 12.2, street design guidelines. Thank you.
Duly noted, thank you. I would now consider a motion to go into closed. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Wolf. We're going to go into close on today's date at 5:05 in the Waterloo County Room to discuss issues related to identifiable individuals for the purpose of selecting the Jack Young Civic Award winners. 2, receiving information and discussion related to the acquisition and security of property for the Wilmot Land Assembly. 3, discussion related to the identifiable individuals to ratify the Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation board member appointments. And 4, receiving advice subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding potential litigation relating to the Mannheim Service Area water capacity constraint. So it has been moved and seconded. Do we have unanimous consent to go into closed? Thank you. See everybody in the Waterloo County Room. So colleagues, I'm going to call this meeting back into order in open session, and I will entertain a motion to reconvene in open. Moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Do I have unanimous consent to resume this meeting in open? Seeing no objections. Our first presentation is Waterloo Regional Police Service 2026 mid-year update, and I now call on Police Chief Mark Kroll to provide a presentation with WRPS 2026 mid-year update. Welcome, Chief.
Thanks very much, Chair Redmond, members of council, and all those listening and watching tonight. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the Waterloo Regional Police Service. This is a tradition to provide an annual mid-year update, a look back at our most recent annual report for 2025, a checkpoint into 2026, and a look into the following year. So I'm very pleased to be welcomed by several colleagues here tonight, and I look forward to a short presentation and I imagine some discussion. Looking at some of the facts and figures in our annual report, you'll see that we have well over 340,000 calls for service annually. That's a mix of our emergency 911 calls, non-emergency calls, our walk-in traffic to our police divisions, also our online reporting, and within each one of those calls for service is a story in itself, and look forward to sharing some of those with you this evening. Displayed on the screen is a tally of some of the key crime statistics and investigative workloads that we have seen in the past year. You'll note that the homicide and shooting tallies there are generally on trend and slightly down from 2024. But within the other categories, sexual assaults, intimate partner violence, those gender-based violence and IPV categories, we continue to see sustained levels over several years. I'll also note that for the past 3 years, we've seen an average of about 1,000 vehicle thefts in our region and approximately 1,000 firearms seized through the course of our investigations. And in certain areas, such as our child exploitation investigations and also fraud of many forms, we continue to see millions of dollars and thousands of people impacted. We have heavy backloads in many of those investigative areas. In 2025, we're very proud to have made several commitments to the community in terms of modernization and change. You'll hear tonight a snapshot of our efforts through crime suppression and the stratified policing model. We're very proud to have partnered with many of our service partners across the ESCO consortium, which is our IT cooperative with other adjacent agencies, to implement Next Generation 911, one of the most sophisticated implementations across Canada. And we're now into the first phase and the second phase of NG 911. We made commitments to a program called 30 Forward, looking to bolster our female representation in the sworn ranks. But WRPS also is very proud of our efforts to bolster our civilian representation across the organization, and our senior leadership team also has gender parity. Lastly, a new initiative for our community is a program called Garage 529. This is a joint community mobilization plan to address issues related to bike theft, prevention, and recovery. Displayed on the screen is a snapshot of the Statistics Canada totals for crime severity, crime rate, and you'll see a slight decrease across the total reported crime rate and a slight decrease in the crimes against person and property categories. And this we attribute to a lot of hard work by our members, working with partners across the community to drive down every level of victimization and violence in our community. I'm very proud to display the next slide, which is the first phase of our efforts in the crime suppression through stratified policing plan. Building off of foundational work in 2023 and into 2024, we had the full plan implemented in 2025, and you'll see across the categories in the city of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo, we had significant decreases in our crime suppression categories. The top level of offenses that we're focusing on are firearms-related offenses, robberies, and break and enters, given the level of victimization and impact. You'll also note across those areas significant increases in officer-generated occurrences. By focusing on prolific offenses, prolific offenders, and key crime areas, we've been able to drive down crime across these categories. Focusing on the lower portion of the slide shows our commitment to some of the focal areas in our downtown Cambridge, Kitchener, and uptown Waterloo areas. Again, significant crime drops in those areas, showing that the work, the investments, and the methodology is working. In our rural communities, we continue to be inspired by our rural township strategy, focusing on rural engagement, our crime suppression within the rural territories, and road safety planning. We have a coordinated approach to our deployment in the rural areas. This continues to be an area where the manufacturing, transportation, and high-end commercial businesses within our townships continue to be a focal area for organized crime, such as vehicle thefts, load thefts, and similar organized crime categories. Towards the end of 2026, we look forward to solidifying our community spaces in both Wilmot and Woolwich Township that will complete our commitment to a community policing space in each one of our townships. And we're very proud that North Dumfries is our first township to commit to the CCTV partnership, which we look forward to unfolding this year. I'll note that on the lower right-hand portion of the screen is a snapshot of the fatal motor vehicle offenses or collisions that occurred in 2025, 20 road fatalities across roadways in Waterloo region, and 12 of those 20 occurred in rural roads. So we know there's work to do in solidifying road safety on our rural roadways. Road safety in general, we can see that we continue to have a mostly sustained total number of road safety charges. We're primarily focused on the fatal 4 offenses: speeding and aggressive driving, impaired driving, distracted driving, and our seatbelt charges. You'll note that our speeding capacity for speeding enforcement was a 32% reduction in 2025. A combination of factors attributed to that, including the traffic safety officers that are committed to high injury collisions and the fatal collisions, and challenges with having our frontline officers pulled away from their frontline duties to commit proactive safety in speeding enforcement. So we are committed to implementing the promised road safety team in September. This has been a challenge for us to extract a dedicated team from our frontline resources without upsetting the balance for many of our other frontline commitments. Very proud of the steps we've taken to modernize and improve our organization over many years. We've been recognized in the past 3 years as one of Waterloo area's top employers, in the past 2 years as Southwestern Ontario's top employers by the Canada Top Employer Program. We continue to work with an organization called Operational Research and Health, ORH, on a 5-year staffing strategy. And we have made additions to our workforce in terms of sworn officers and complementary civilian professionals as well. As a young organization with many new members joining our ranks through normal attrition and turnover, we have made significant investments through legislated standards in our training and education. And the onboarding, the coaching, the development, and the legislated commitments that we are required to meet every year are significant. So training education is a focal point every day of the calendar year. I would highlight, members of council will be familiar with the many demands upon our members in our dynamic and growing and robust region. This continues to be an area of opportunity for organized criminal groups coming in and out of our region, and vice versa with us into the greater Toronto area and Southern Ontario area. We have a growing request and expectation for community representation, response, visibility, and engagement of many forms. I would note that our public order unit and our police liaison team is working well to meet the needs of community demonstrations and the right to protest and gather within this region and beyond, but those are strains upon our everyday resources as we continue to manage celebrations and many forms of gathering across the region and beyond. We have investigative backlogs in many areas. I've noted fraud and online exploitation of many forms. And although we were proud to have had a 14% total reduction in overtime hours in 2025, this year, with increased demands across virtually every category, we are tracking approximately 20% increase in year-over-year overtime. Every stride is taken to minimize that number, but meeting minimum representation every day continues to be a challenge. Just want to note that we're very proud that the board and this council has continued to invest in the additions of our workforce and the necessary requirements for public safety. Despite those additions in the past number of years, we have now assumed the rank as the lowest officer to population ratio police service amongst the Big 12 in Ontario. The total police staffing with our civilian professional complement has us matching Halton Regional Police, and you can see depicted the level of officer to population investments with many of our comparators across Ontario. And we are steadfast in our commitment for continuous improvement, and we have dozens upon dozens of modernization projects related to improving process, but also the implementation of new innovations and technology, many of which will be centered in the Waterloo Region Public Safety Communications Center. This council has heard our implementation of a CCTV partnership program and the growth of capacity with automated license plate reader capability that will complement those that are in our vehicles, but also those that will be adjacent across our region in many forms on municipal, regional, and soon to be provincial roadways. We continue to expand the CamSafe camera registry, and we are making plans to follow many police organizations in Canada to launch a drone as first responder program. The technical term is remotely piloted aerial systems, but this will bring us new capability where drone technology is deployed complementary to our deployment, but times in our rural areas and some areas in advance of our officers responding on scene. And we want to make this, this push into 2027 for the first implementation. Many forms of artificial intelligence are being considered and piloted and tested within our agency and across Ontario and Canada, and we look forward to working with our community at the pace of what is reasonable and acceptable to implement efficiencies through artificial intelligence and automation in many forms. Want to show for the first time some updated schematics and depictions of the communications center floor of the Public Safety Communications Center. These renderings show an expanded capacity for our communications center. Adjacent to this new floor space would be a training center, a briefing room for our communicators to reach modernized standards for next generation 911 capability. We have reported to council before that with NG 911 will come a new phase of interaction with the public on which we have never seen before. Photo and video capability coming to the screens, to the phones, at the source of first call. It will change the game of communications moving forward. Also shown here is a rendering of the real-time operations center. This is a complementary operations center that will funnel many of the digital feeds of communication and deployment that will assist our officers and first responder partners into the future. Many forms of innovation will flow through a modernized real-time operations center. And lastly, showing a rendering of our major incident support center, otherwise known as an emergency operations center. This complements emergency preparedness and planning, and we look forward to bolstered capacity for interoperability and sharing in emergency, disaster, recovery, relief, and response with our emergency service partners. As I draw to a close for the presentation, with our board, we're very proud of some of the points of advocacy on behalf of our region and public safety, advancing many facets of the community safety and well-being plan. We are advocating strongly for additions to our criminal justice system capacity within this region, and strongly advocating for a criminal or a community justice center model, which would allow more diversionary options, support for mental health addiction capacities within the criminal justice system as cases navigate through court. Also looking for a renaissance and renewal for the Family Violence Project, which is proudly celebrating its 20 years in this community, and additions and capacity building in our mobile crisis impact team, which provides a cooperative and mental health response model. We want to continue to expand that model, but also forge new ways of having mental health cases responded to in this region, both with and without police. Just showing a few images of our many connections year-round. Very proud of the partnerships, the engagements, the celebrations, and the relationships that we build, hopefully in times of peace, recognizing the many needs, the many vulnerabilities, the many demands of our community. So our partnerships with many community partners of many kinds are essential to our success in building and maintaining trust and confidence. And lastly, want to reinforce our commitment and our leadership within the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and we look forward to expanding the action tables, the impact of this all-of-community plan, which is really our best foot forward in stemming the tide of some of the patterns, some of the intergenerational impacts that lead to calls for police. So we look forward across those categories of mental health and addiction, creating safe and inclusive spaces, IPV, GBV, and combating hate, expanding the capabilities and reducing our footprint wherever possible. So thank you for the opportunity to provide this presentation, and I look forward to any discussion that might follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief, and we have some questions. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chief Grohl, for coming today and presenting to council and to the community. At the Children and Youth Planning table today, it was noted that speeding is even a concern for our children and our youth. And I thought I heard you say in the report that there will be a road safety team dedicated as of September, which I think is really great. Has there been consideration of having patrol cars in school zones, particularly since the ceasing of the automatic speed enforcement cameras?
Thank you very much, and we certainly share those sentiments and concerns about the safety of our roadways. Speeding alone continues to be the highest level of risk for the fatalities and the serious incident collisions that I noted. So in short, yes. I mean, we are striving to be everywhere possible. Through the course of my 25 years in this organization, road safety demands and requests have continued to be the community's top priority of our organization, and we don't do it alone. As I've noted to council, with the Safe Roadways program, we're working with municipalities, the region, and other partners, MAD Canada, to name one, to reduce the carnage, the dangers on our roadway. So when it comes to the loss of speed enforcement, we see it as a step back, an unfortunate alteration in our plans. We do not have the capacity to be everywhere where there are speeding issues, including school zones. So we will continue to work with our board to bolster our speed enforcement capacity, and that is a work in progress. So our patrol officers, whenever they have any idle time between calls, they are encouraged to do the crime suppression, proactive work, but also speed enforcement and traffic enforcement by and large. So in short, it's a yes to your question.
Thank you. Can I ask another question?
You may have a second question.
Thank you. I was surprised and saddened to see in the report that the number of sexual assaults appear to have risen from 2025 to 2026. Could you speak to the reasons that might be and things that you as a police force are doing to reduce that, or things that we could do as a community to protect people at risk?
Thank you for the question. And as always, we're always wary of drawing stark conclusions from year-over-year comparisons because there's always some variation. But ultimately, there's always a mixed blessing with some of these high reporting within the categories, I would say, sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and even hate crimes. To us, it speaks to the trust that people have within the reporting mechanisms in our community and the partnerships and support. So very proud of the work that our members do, working within the Family Violence Project, the Child and Youth Advocacy Center, but I would point us to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan action table related to IPV, gender-based violence, and missing murdered Indigenous women and girls as the best foot forward for us to find those collaborative solutions. These are amongst the most complex cases, let alone the sexual assaults that are featured there. Sexual violence of many forms, gender-based violence, human trafficking are areas that we continue to require enhanced investigative capacities and investments, but also the robust partnerships that we have. So we have a gender-based violence commitment within that plan, and I know there are other complementary initiatives within the community. Very proud of the region of Waterloo for have also really leading Canada right now in a program called Not in My City.
Yeah.
This is, I can't underscore enough how impressive our community has embraced the Not in My City campaign. It is more than a hashtag. It is an education and mobilization initiative to have everyone attentive, aware, and responsive to the signs of human trafficking. And the region of Waterloo, first implementing it at a regional airport, was the first, followed by transit, now followed by many institutions, from our malls to all our forms of transit, into trucking, into our educational institutions. We are leading the country and rolling this out as a mobilized capacity. So these are the things that make a difference. And having heard stories from some of our partners that are starting to increase reporting, although it is tragic to have one case or 577 in 2025, we know that the best academic evidence tells us that there continues to be a vast underreporting in sexual violence and gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. So we need to do more to create awareness. We need to do more to create robust community supports that can help people from the start of first contact to the end of whatever process is enacted.
Thank you, Chief Grohl.
Councillor James.
Thank you, excuse me, through you, Chair, and thanks for coming in, Chief, and to your team that's here today. I noticed in the report there wasn't a lot centered around youth and crime, and we're seeing concerning trends with young people, be it with, crime getting involved. I think of even trafficking and drugs and all of that, and even homelessness, seeing increased trends there. So I want to ask you about Bill 33 and creating opportunities for renewed engagement between police services and schools, and looking at this from a proactive approach, because I think there is opportunities to mitigate some of the negative trajectory. So is this something that you all are looking into in terms of, I don't know if you're acting on Bill 33, but just I think there's a proactive way to go about some, intervening with youth and opportunities. So I just want to know if that's some of the dialogue that's maybe happening now.
Yeah, thank you for raising it. And there's only so much we can squeeze into intended to be a 10-minute presentation. And in 2024, the annual report, we highlighted our youth engagement strategy, which speaks to the concerns that you raise about interventions that are required today, but getting the head of the curve. So I would say yes, we are heavily engaged with the province of Ontario to understand precisely what resources will come to this community in terms of an allocation of resources. We've been working very well with the public school and separate, the Catholic School Board and separate schools as well, on the youth engagement strategy in terms of what is the new model of youth engagement following the ceasing, pausing of the school resource program. So there's $41 million to be allocated to municipal police services across Ontario. We are hopeful that we will receive an equal proportion of that to work with our school boards on a model that makes sense for this community. We've been doing some leading work on the creation of our youth police school protocol, which really sets out the parameters. It's the MOU with schools. Like when will we be engaged for emergency response? How will that look when we come onto school property to be engaged for investigations and emergencies? But also being re-engaged on the educational front. And I would point again to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. With our best chance is to create curricula that is designed by multiple groups for issues such as intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, human trafficking, bullying, just to name a few, and substance abuse and others. There are times where police have a role to lead in some of those discussions, but other times where we need to embrace the expertise in the educational sector and also community partnerships. So that work is ongoing. And to your point about the legislative commitment, we're very hopeful that the province will recognize the sophisticated relationships that we do have here, and that we can move beyond just the label of SRO, School Resource Officer. Just in closing my answer, what we've recognized over time is, as much as we were proud of the program, 210 schools in this region is more than we can be directly involved in the matter of a school day? How do we attend to the most at-risk youth in our community before school, after school, in the evenings, on weekends, during holidays? Those who are not at school, but youth engaged in violence and susceptible to so many forms of organized crime. So in short, yes as well. We are engaged, and we're very hopeful that those resources will flow through us and our partners.
Okay, excellent. That's it is excessively concerning right now, and I think about your program, Not in My City, and how much education, collaboration could be put right in the school with some of the trafficking that we know does happen within schools, and then also thinking about not just high schools, but then post-secondary schools as well, for our young people. So thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Councilor Erb.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chief, and your colleagues that are here this evening, and the whole team for the work you do in keeping our region safe. A little disappointed to see the speeding, 32%, impaired up 18%. I'm curious on the speeding. Is there any relationship to the speed cameras, the timing when, has that changed at all when those would have been removed?
We have been looking at an analysis. I am cautious to provide a confirmation tonight to say there's a direct correlation. I can just say very plainly to Council, we were very much planning on that being part of a complementary assistance to us in a network of speed enforcement capacity throughout the region. So we will continue to look into the numbers of pre, during and post automated speed enforcement, and we can provide that those details to you and amend them to our package. But what I can say is the driving behavior continues to be of great concern across the region. We had a collision in North Dumfries Township, a man killed just a couple days ago on a riding lawnmower. Excessive speed, not just in that stretch of road, but throughout the region. And we're trying to piece together the reckless behavior attributed to that. It's one of many examples, as I mentioned, on our rural roads that continue to be so dangerous when efforts are made for traffic calming, speed reduction, road design, and then education enforcement, which is where we come in. So our roads are becoming more complex. The many forms of mobile transportation now are adding more risk to our roadways, and working with every municipality on safe road design is a key. But to your question, I think there's still some further analysis to understand those trends. Our traffic safety unit, I think, is mighty, but still requires some investment. And then the rest of that enforcement, that makes up that slide across those fatal 4 offenses, is made up in between calls for service. So it depends on the demands of our regular calls for response that we're able to do some of that work, and that's why you see a fluctuation and a reduction in some of those categories.
If I may just...
Councilor Erb, a second question?
Yeah. So with the fatalities being higher in the rural area, would these percentages of speeding and impaired also be higher in their townships, like the wide open roadways, the freedom to hit the metal?
I would say that's likely to be the case. I would say a lot of our impaired response is made through our regular road stops. Sometimes it's public complaints of a concerning road use that leads us to track down a vehicle in transit or even after the fact. And so those are the charges related to impairment. But there's no doubt when you look at this is one of the largest, as this council knows, one of the largest geographical regions in the province. The urban to rural mix does allow for those long stretches of road, which allows people to continue to speed well beyond what is safe. And that's where we see for several years now a higher number of serious injury collisions and also those fatal collisions on our roadways. So we are stretched in our capacity to be on all those places. I would just note that it's not scattershot. We are evidence-based in where we do our enforcement, and we're following complaints from the community. We're going to areas where we know there to be excessive speed. We're going to areas where there know to be a cluster of concerning driving behaviors, And that's where we're trying to prioritize where we need to be to drive down the numbers as much as possible.
Just a comment, confirms the four townships mayor and their advocacy for road safety in their communities and the information you brought to us tonight, how valid that is. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief, for your report and the service of all your members. Can you elaborate on what methods have led to the 22% decrease in crime suspension in downtown Galt, which I'm pleased about?
Yeah, I really want to compliment Deputy Chief Davis and Deputy Chief Goodman are here tonight representing teams of officers, frontline and investigative. And the crime suppression through stratified policing model is an evidence-informed model. And really, in its most simple explanation, it's focusing on those high crime and victimization categories of firearms-related offenses, robberies and break and enters. So those are our highest levels of concern and categories. We're then drilling down through the intelligence that we have on specific individuals and also geographic locations. And that has led us to be able to focus on people who are repeatedly victimizing within our community, repeatedly involved in drug trafficking, the possession of weapons, the breaching of terms of bail and release, and trying to hold them accountable through the means that we have. And that has led to very successful investigations, interventions, the seizures of the close to 1,000 firearms last year, millions of dollars in the seizure of illicit substances. And so when it comes to Galt, it's a systematic response from our members, firm, fair, consistent, compassionate. We feel that we're very deliberate and transparent with the way that we police, mobilizing in areas such as Galt or other areas with our business, our BIAs, mobilizing our citizens through the camera programs and so on. And that has led to a gradual reduction in crime categories there. We have an investment of what we call downtown visibility officers. So within the Galt core, and I'll speak for Cambridge, but the model applies to Waterloo and Kitchener as well, is having dedicated officers who are walking the beat, they're on bikes, they're sometimes in vehicles. They have zone ownership, they have the relationships, and they help to coordinate some of the activities. So it's everything all at once. But we chose this model because it was shown in other jurisdictions to have results. And results year over year of 5, 10, 15% reductions in crime categories. And we're then also working with our criminal justice partners to show that the cases, the prosecutions, and the accountability matters, because without that, there is re-victimization, there is a habitual return of people to areas and victimization that occurs on a loop. And just one small example that I'll give is we've recognized that a high number of our robbery category offenses often start as shoplifting. And so if we're drilling down on the people who are known to be habitually shoplifting, who are causing major concerns within an area that we've identified, when confronted by security or by police, then they're acting violently, displaying a weapon, or fighting, and that creates that robbery categorization. So we're working, I would say, with a smart approach, an evidence-driven approach, and these are the results that we're very proud to share tonight.
Okay, thank you. And I have one further question. Last night there was an active transportation committee meeting, and one of the topics was, several topics were e-scooters, speeding on trails, et cetera. And they asked if they could have a representative of the police come to one of our meetings to answer some questions and reassure them.
I'll say enthusiastically yes, we're happy to contribute to that dialogue and that commitment. We know that it's a very fluid environment right now with e-scooters and e-bikes of all types, and there's a lot of work that we need to do as a region with many partners to focus on areas of risk and education and enforcement, because the level of potential collisions that occur between, vehicles, trucks, and anyone in those active modes of transportation are considerably risky. We want to make sure young people also understand the risks of using any of those devices beyond their intended capability. We know people are modifying many of these devices to go faster. They're using them in places and spaces that are not intended, and they're at risk to cause collisions and potentially worse. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to that.
Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Love to hear more information about Not in My City, and if I can get any documentations or posters or anything that I can handle out. The other thing was yesterday, although we did have a terrible fatality the day before that, yesterday, the swatting in the schools. I think we need someone to talk to the students afterwards. They're terrified, and what a great thing for someone who wants to make weak adults by terrifying them as children. So if we could see if you could talk to the school board and see if you can go in about how they're not allowed to rob their courage. Yeah. That this is a process that has to happen and that it'll be okay, but not to steal their courage, because we need to strengthen our children, not allow them to be weakened.
Yeah, thank you for the question and sentiments, and we certainly agree. We've been tracking the trend of swatting within this community and beyond, and for those unfamiliar, this is false reporting to police meant to elicit fear, chaos, and to often shut down schools, businesses, could be any critical infrastructure with fake calls. What we're seeing is this is a global trend. People can now mask themselves through artificial intelligence. They can mask their location and their identity through many different forms. And so fake calls and false calls to police is nothing new, but this is at a scale now that is sophisticated, complicated, and the impacts are tremendous. I'm proud of the work that we do. Again, back to previous question related to our work with schools. Our protocols, our communication, our joint efforts to not only mobilize within the moment to identify what needs to occur, but also the debriefing that we do. It's crucial for us to understand how do we get better every time. I am a parent, and I think of parents out there who are sitting on the outside of a school lockdown or a hold and secure. We know the impact this has on schools, the school communities, the neighborhoods, and the cities and municipalities broadly, the townships broadly. So your sentiment is a strong and important one, and we will continue to make best efforts to ensure these things are likely to continue to happen, but how we respond and how we improve our response will matter.
You responded well, but I think the after effect needs to be dealt with. So I hope you can reach out to the school boards, and possibly if some of us as mayors of our communities could write letters to the school boards asking that this happen, so that we allow children to know that although they're in a horrible situation, number one, the police are there to help them, and number two is that they are stronger and we'll get through it together.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks through you, Chair. Thanks, Chief, for coming in. Like to see that the trends are going the right way. In my professional career, I like to see things go up and not down, but I like on yours that they're going down. Speaking of the professional side of what I do, I've noticed there is a lot more financial fraud out there, but I know you can't bring all the statistics but maybe you can touch on what it looks like in our region, because I know that I've had a couple clients recently where I sat down with them and I was going through their parents' financial things, and we noticed stuff, and that's how we found out. Now they don't live in the region, the parents, but so they've had to go to other police services to register this. But there's a lot of that happening right now. Can you tell us what it looks like within the region, Waterloo?
Certainly, and there's a lot to unpack, but at the highest level, there's so many layers of sophistication when it comes to fraudulent activity. We're all familiar with some of the education on, many different scams, a phone scam, a text scam, email scams of many kinds. And there's so many different versions, that we're all familiar with. It could be a grandparent, a loved one, a business reaching out. So that is a bombardment that is global. If they have 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000 of someone who they bring into, any of that fraudulent phishing or or interaction where there's fraud of many types about to occur. So there's a critical mass of that happening throughout the region, throughout Canada, and throughout the world. There's an immense backlog within our fraud capacity and response. So there are international, national, provincial, and local investigations ongoing all the time. We're often working with many of those partners and fraud experts of many levels of expertise to try to stem the tide, to solve the cases. We had a very successful prosecution that we announced yesterday of a multi-year $48 million very sophisticated fraud. What I can tell you, though, the level of investment that is required to attend to all of these is considerable. We are often putting businesses and individuals into a queue for which it's months and sometimes years before we're able to even conduct the robust investigation. From my standpoint, that is not acceptable. We need to find a better path. We've made some strides in reducing, improving our intake, improving our communication, but I would just say at the highest level, these are amongst the most sophisticated and complicated investigations that we undertake because of the sheer volume of documentation, the sheer volume of sophistication, and then we're into new forms of fraud related to cryptocurrency, new digital capacities that continue to evolve, and with artificial intelligence, there's a multiplier effect to so much of it now. The depth to which people can be defrauded through identity frauds of different kinds, but also the seamless replication of documentation or business documents or whatever it is immense. So that's just a snapshot. I know that working with police colleagues across the country and across the province, it's a similar story. There's a sense of being overwhelmed. And we're trying to create as much education, deterrence, prevention, and then get to the investigations to stop, to recover, and to solve, and to hold people accountable.
And just to follow up on that, I know that a lot of people out there, when this happens to them, they get scared and embarrassed. Yeah. And I'm going to ask you for your 30-second pitch on how to get around that. But really, it's to anyone that's listening, don't be embarrassed. It happens to everyone. And if it's happened to you, maybe you can give your pitch on where to go from there.
Yeah, we do encourage reporting at any possibility, and it's very important that the people do recognize that this isn't a matter of shame or a matter of intelligence. This is a matter of very sophisticated organized crime networks leveraging emotion, leveraging vulnerabilities of many kinds to infiltrate all of our worlds, all of our systems, to create a financial defrauding. So we do encourage people to reach out, to consult with us. Oftentimes people have people who they know within their life who they can trust, and sometimes it's a family member that comes forward on behalf of an elderly parent or whatever it is. Just because you engage with police for fraud doesn't mean you have choice, you have agency. We can provide links to financial institutions that can provide parallel and complementary recovery and prevention services such as ours. And then we're always making the advocacy to the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre as an area where a lot of Canada-wide homegrown information on prevention and response is available to every Canadian. And they're the ones accruing the national and global statistics that make up what we know about fraud in Canada.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, so don't be embarrassed. It happens to everyone.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Ivanovic.
Thanks very much, Chair Redmond, and thanks, Chief, for being here today. It's no doubt been a difficult week or so for policing in particular, with the tragic passings of Constable Bally and Constable Pinizzotto, and almost a third one, sadly, in Toronto. And I guess that gets me to my first question, which is really around, and others have touched on it a little bit, but the increasing issues that we're seeing around youth, either engaging in criminal activity, the violence between them at schools, Not to mention things like swathing at schools and so on that you've talked about. We're seeing increased use of weapons around the community and people using them. I'm guessing often in drug crime or collection crime, linked back to drug crime, and so on. Is there more that we collectively could or should be doing on that front? And how best do we approach that, including potential further advocacy with other orders of government?
Thanks very much, and thanks for your sentiments and certainly the level of concern related to youth violence. Just to give you just some context, we have been seeing a trend within recent years within this community and beyond of organized crime groups seeking the use of youth in violent offenses such as robberies, vehicle thefts, many forms of victimization. Just noted by the police chief in Toronto just yesterday, recognizing that even some of the forms of terrorism related offenses, the shootings at synagogues, and the U.S. Embassy are related to youth being used by organized crime groups near and afar. We even had a connection to one of the synagogue shootings with a young person who was arrested in Cambridge at the turn of the month. So in short, I will continue to point towards our community safety well-being plan as a balance point for a few things. One is when we look at the roots of prevention for combating hate, I mean, there's so much that needs to be done on the engagement of communities, of newcomers, of citizens across our region to invest in the peace building and that approach to trying to prevent hate before it is acted upon. The reason we have chosen the firearms category of our highest level of concerns is because we are seeing an incredible number of not only real firearms in our community, but replica firearms used in offenses, and the seizures continue to be considerable. So that work is underway. From a point of advocacy, we're very proud of the work that we're undertaking in many forms, including our involvement in the Assault Sale of Firearms Compensation Program to stem the tide of available firearms in our community because they still pose a risk. But from a point of advocacy from our municipal partners, I will continue to point to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as being our best approach. I know, speaking with the Executive Director, Samina Sami, we're looking at, what's the future of the plan. I can say from WRPS, we very much are pointing towards the need of a violence reduction strategy related to youth crime, related to youth. And so we're looking at models around the world that are trying to find the best models that will fit this community. We've had money flow to this community before through programs such as the Building Safer Communities Fund, which is federal money. And should that money become available again, we would like to see that flow to community-centered type models of youth programming, youth engagement, and municipalities such as Kitchener would be well situated to assist in that type of modeling for youth engagement and violence reduction and prevention.
Well, thank you for that, and I do agree with you that I think particularly investments in youth help us in terms of the long-term trajectory of seeing better and safer communities. I guess my last question does get into something that just happened yesterday, and that was the royal assent on Bill C-14, which was bail and sentencing reform, which I know the chiefs of police advocated for significantly. Municipalities did through FCM and so on. With that in place now, do you have a sense of what that will mean in the short to medium term in terms of likely outcomes?
It's hard to say. I would note that despite advocacy through many at different venues, I still would say we need considerable investments in our justice sector here in Waterloo Region. Judicial capacities, judges, justices of the peace, the availability of all the complementary staffing as well. We are looking at a significant number of cases that are not seeing their day in court. We're seeing a continual flow of people who are not being held responsible and accountable through bail systems. So it's one of the most complex situations when you have an overburdened system. I would say it's hard for us to see much of a change without some considerable investments within the local Crown capacity, judicial capacity here, and that's why I mentioned a previous advocacy for the the Community Justice Center, which is a model of smart investments in justice that can provide off-ramps where appropriate through mental health and addictions-related offenses, diversionary pathways, so that the highest victimization crimes are seeing their day in court, and we can provide assistance to people and alleviate the systems that we have right now and move towards prevention. That's the best path forward. So I know there's also investments in the jail capacity within the province of Ontario, which may assist as well. We are working with all of our local institutions, including youth facilities as well, to try to advocate for increased capacities there. So it's a difficult question for me to answer today, to say what will be the immediate impact on some of the judicial changes through that bill and others. But we will continue to advocate for accountability, but also investments in this region.
Thanks. I think those are helpful perspectives. And if I can, Madam Chair, just in closing, just want to, I've said this through email, but I want to do it in a public forum. Really thank WRPS for their support working with our bylaw and security teams on the May 2-4 weekend. I still continue to be perplexed, quite frankly, about how a small group, and I've used this word before, of hooligans can cause such ruckus in a community, because it is a relatively small group, and it's deeply concerning how they seem to think it's okay to behave in this manner. And you know, we all know that teenagers have done silly things throughout generations, but this notion of shooting fireworks at people and at animals and at peace officers and so on is just mind-blowing to me. And just want to thank you for the work that the team did in helping get that under control.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thanks, Chief, for coming in. Appreciate all the work that your members do to keep our community safe. Just building off of Councillor Gowing's questions there, I can't help but read today's paper. I know you mentioned it. I'm not sure if you said prosecution, but I do see the arrests were made of this alleged $48 million gun wholesale fraud. And then below it, there was another article about the swindler developer, Scott Reed, who has obviously bilked a lot of local folks here too. I'm just wondering, with the increase in some of these major frauds on our community, how many full-time, dedicated officers are there at WRPS for these type of offenses, like a fraud, I guess I'm asking.
This is where I need to phone a friend who may be behind me.
Council should disband!
We're going to take a 15-minute recess.
It just, what's his name?
I could ask him to come to Cambridge if you'd like.
So continuing, Chief, thank you very much. Councillor Harris, did you have further
I think
to
it
your
was, I
question?
think it was like literally in the middle of answering it, so.
Yep, before that brief pause in programming, the question was related to the number of fraud officers. So we have 8 dedicated fraud officers that are full-time in serving the whole region. That's our fraud unit, essentially. We will be advocating for a growth in that capacity in the 2027 budget. We also, that's for the high-end sophisticated multi-stage fraud investigations. Within each one of our frontline policing divisions, we also have what we call divisional fraud officers. So they have a higher level of training that can assist with some of the intake. We also have our online reporting capability and a team that we call the Frontline Support Unit, and they are often taking an intake of, I would say, the smaller scale fraud investigations. So we believe further investment is required, and I know that I believe you're intimately familiar with some of the backlog issues that we do have. Yeah.
Yep, thanks. As you mentioned, the amount of paperwork that's required and other parties that are involved in investigating these things no doubt take an awful lot of time and resources. I happen to be sitting in between 2 of our police board members, and I'll impress upon them the need for further investment, and I look forward to hearing that from you and your team as we approach. But I guess next budget will be the new council cycle, but we'll see where things go. So good luck with that, and appreciate your answer.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much. My initial questions were asked by Councillor Hunick, so thanks for that. But I just wanted to make a comment around the community and safety well-being plan, and that it really has struck me how many times you've referenced that plan, Chief, and how you're working with Samina on various elements of that, and just really I think underscores how important the work of that whole team and that table is, because I think, clearly what I've heard you say is that ultimately not everything's going to be solved through the work of that table, but a great deal of effort needs to be made on the upstream proactive work that the Community and Safety Wellbeing Plan is working on in partnership with the police and many other community partners. So I just wanted, the last time Samina was in front of us talking about that, she had a bit of a rough ride from council, so I just wanted to underscore how important that work is, and really happy to hear you echo that in your comments throughout your various answers. Thank you.
Chief, do you want to comment on the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan?
Just for my hopefulness that as a community we will continue to look to that as an opportunity to come together. Each one of the action tables continues to formalize the commitments, but I can say that there was many successes in 2025, and we want to continue to multiply those successes. I believe it's the only path forward, to have community partners working across institutions, across mandates, trying to find the solutions that are going to change and stem the tide on some of the cycles of trauma, violence, victimization, that we see year over year, and I'm very hopeful that we'll continue to invest in each other and that capacity. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to go, Councillor James has another question, and then I'm going to suggest that we thank you and move on to the other delegations.
Yes, it's just one question. Thank you through you, Chair. Chief, there wasn't a lot in your report around hate, and I'm on your email list, so I see all of the things that come through. And I just would love if you could comment on what you're seeing, because I'm noticing a trend. I know we have a presenter that's going to be speaking later on, but from a police perspective, and I say this also because I'm conscious of Bill C-9 that is currently at the House being debated, and what you're seeing in terms of trends there, and for combating hate within our region.
Certainly. So we have a dedicated hate crime response, which is not only at WRPS involved in the investigative capacity, but also in the community contact to deal with the hate crimes, the hate incidents. But again, it's much like many of the other categories I've spoken to. The mobilizing efforts, under the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and the combating hate, efforts, and the We All Belong Here campaign is one of many efforts looking at the preventive and the long-term landscape. This council would remember that in the past number of years, Waterloo region continues to have some of the highest level of hate reporting in the country, per capita, and then as a region in totality. Again, a mixed blessing in that we believe that is trust in our institutions, trust in our partnerships, and people feeling confident to move forward to report to community groups and to police. I would also recognize, though, that we are continuing to see certain trends of radicalization that are leading to violent outcomes. I mentioned some of those earlier related to efforts in Toronto. I have the honor of joining a national group to have a real sense of what's happening across the country in this region. So there's no trends in this region that are truly different than anywhere else across the country. Anti-Black racism and the category of race and ethnicity continues to be half of all hate crimes reported in this region and across Canada. The next largest category has to do with religion, and within the category of religion, anti-Semitism dominates that category, and Islamophobia as well. Sexual identity is the third highest category within this region and across Canada. And Statistics Canada has also added a new category of newcomer immigrant identity-based hate. And when you start to piece some of these together, it's a cluster of incidents and crimes. I am encouraged by some of the national and provincial efforts that are being undertaken right now, not only to address the violence and victimization, but to try to get to the root of some of this behavior as well. So I do believe that this region is well positioned from a collaborative perspective through education and intervention at a young age as well to continue to make strides in addressing these issues. We still have work to do. But I would say I continue to be encouraged.
Excellent, thank you. I think this kind of reinforces that youth element as well, because we see some of those trends start at very early ages for some of our youth in the community. But it's also good to see the desegregation of this as well. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So Chief, on behalf of Council and a grateful community, I want to thank you for all the work you do and for coming in to bring us up to date. And it's very appropriate that you're joined by Deputies Davis, Fenton, and Goodman, because I know that it's always a team approach that you bring through WRPS to make sure that we are safe and feel safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
So colleagues, we have no petitions. We'll now proceed with delegations as listed on the agenda, and I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. If you're attending in person, please proceed to the podium when you're called upon to speak. I will note that we now have a new accessible podium that has the ability to be raised and lowered using the buttons on the right of the podium. If you're attending virtually, please turn your microphone and camera on when you're called upon. You will have 5 minutes to speak if you register before the deadline and 3 minutes if you registered after. When the light on the podium turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns red, that means your time is up and you need to sum up. You may hear me give you a reminder of the remaining time. Additionally, some general reminders: if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations; derogatory statements about council staff or others; turning on your camera at inappropriate times; and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas shared with us from community members. And a quick reminder to members of the audience: you're asked to maintain order. This means you may not address council without permission of the chair, interrupt anyone, disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expressions such as applause, booing, or cheering, or displaying signs or posters. So our first delegate tonight is Fazia Mazur, representing the Center for Mutual Well-Being. Fazia, please approach the podium. and you should be able to lower it. I just want to repeat the organization that you're representing, Center for Mutual Well-Being, because that's new. Fawzia, you have been here many times. Welcome. The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
I've been here many, many times. But what I felt today, in terms of when it comes to my own belonging, was exceptional. Thank you for everybody who was behind this thoughtful sort of whatever somebody thought that when I and people like me come to the council as a delegation, like me means one aspect of my identity, which is my disability and my use of the wheelchair. We need an accessible podium here. Whoever did that, I never put a request in, and then the staff actually walked up to me, and the proud smile that they had, and they showed me how this worked, and also I found that the space for the wheelchair was there for me to just park, reverse and park. Thank you. Now it's the time for the formal presentation. So good evening, Chair Redmond and members of the council. You know that CMW Chair already mentioned that CMW has evolved from the Coalition of Muslim Women FKW to Center for Mutual Wellbeing with the tagline Racialized Communities. I also have a slide deck going on. So this change came through very long strategic planning and listening to the community, and it reflects where best we see or the strongest we can have our impact. We remain rooted in racialized Muslim women's leadership and lived experience, while making it easier for broader range of communities to see themselves reflected in the name, and also to make it easier for them to access the services. Our core work remains focused on gender-based violence, anti-hate services, and housing supports. So the next slide, please. I want to thank this council and the region of Waterloo for the funding of Darul Aman, which is one of the services that we offer under our housing services. So Darul Aman actually means house of safety, and it exists, or it came into being because women experiencing GBV told us that safety is not possible when culturally grounded housing remains out of reach. So the model was designed around privacy, cultural safety, multilingual support, spiritual respect, system navigation, and continuity of care. This is a first of its kind transitional housing program for racialized women in Waterloo region. Something else for all of us to be proud of, especially because we are hearing a lot about community safety and well-being plan. From September 2025 to June 15, 2026, the program supported 24 women, including 13 single women and 11 women with children, as well as 17 children. We also were able to offer 78 workshops and educational sessions attended by a total of 312 community members and 17 community outreach events. Today, the program is running at its full capacity with 17 women and 12 children and a wait list of 6. Next slide, please. So we are in the month of June, and I'm here to also remind everyone to remember our London family. This is the month on June 6th. We observed 5th anniversary of the attack on this London family, our London family, in 2021, and also released the 5th annual snapshot of hate report at the same event. We do it every year. So 5 years after the attack on our London family, this report shows that hate is still shaping everyday life. We also heard it earlier from the police chiefs, in the police chief's presentation. In 2025, there were, through our service, 289 total community reports, including 162 direct reports through anti-hate services in Waterloo region. 162 report in Waterloo, from Waterloo region. Reports increased from 79 to 172. Looks like I cannot read properly today, I'm sorry. More than doubling in 1 year. In 1 year, the number of reports through this service has been doubled. The report also found that 41% of incidents occurred online, followed by incidents occurring in public spaces, and then education centers, schools, campuses, colleges, while 67% reported cases were racism, 36% involved Islamophobia. Next slide, please. I also had community safety and well-being plan here. As it was mentioned earlier by Councillor McCabe, that the council recently approved the refresh plan for 2026-2030 to 2020-30. I've appreciated the opportunity to serve on the CSWP steering committee, and more recently to work more closely alongside the many individuals and organizations committed to standing up against hate and fostering belonging and inclusion across Waterloo region. I also want to acknowledge that We All Belong Here campaign. I feel privileged to have contributed to its development and honored to have spoken at the launch. The campaign is part of the Combating Hate Action Table's work to build belonging and raise awareness of identity-based hate and harm across Waterloo region. This campaign matters because it helps build awareness and shared responsibility. But my message is that awareness alone is not enough. To meaningfully combat hate, we need accountability, a strong community-based and system-level data collection together, and upstream action that helps institutions and communities respond before harm escalates. The CSWP describes this work as collaborative, data-informed, and upstream by design. That kind of coordinated, evidence-informed work is essential to building a Waterloo region where everyone feels safe, respected, and able to belong. Next slide, please.
Fawzia, you're out of time. I started just when you started talking, so if you want to sum up, that would be great.
Okay, my last slide. I think it was my last slide. This slide is the next one is last slide. Okay, so this is sum up anyway. So to close my presentation, Darul Aman shows what can happen when culturally grounded housing is available. Women and children move from instability towards safety, stability, feeling welcomed and belong. Anti-hate services show what becomes possible when people have a trusted place to turn. Harm becomes visible, support becomes accessible, and prevention becomes more realistic. Together, these programs reflect what a safer and more inclusive Waterloo region can look like when communities have responsive, culturally grounded infrastructure in place. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Fawzia. Councillor James.
Thank you through you, Chair. Fawzia, I just want to thank you for the work that you all are doing. These are times where I have not seen this much type of hate and just, bias and racism more so in this community than I've ever seen in my whole life of living here. So the work that you are doing, as well as the community partners with our community safety wellbeing plan, it is not going unnoticed. And in terms of where we go from here, I think you're absolutely right in that we belong has to be central and pivotal to everything that we do. I also just want to, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but using the community safety wellbeing plan model, advocated for changes at the federal government level in the Senate regarding Bill C-9 and changes to symbols of hate, which is instrumental for police and prosecutions, that this council fully endorsed as well. So the Senate approved the motion. So I think this is how we do things together and showing that, we want to combat this together. But thank you for coming in. Sorry, Chair, it wasn't a statement, but I appreciate the work that is being done.
Thank you. I've had the privilege to also be part of that work at federal level. Thank you.
Those are all the questions. I too want to just add my vote of appreciation, Fazia, for all the work you do on community safety and well-being for a very long time. So thank you very much for coming in and all the work you do. And our next delegation is Andrew McCallum from Waterloo. Andrew, I believe you're here in person. You may want to put the podium up. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Can wait till it gets to the, thank you.
We won't start the clock till you start talking.
Appreciate that. Dear Chair Redmond, mayors and councillors, my name's Andrew McCallum. Fire services within the region of Waterloo are currently the responsibility of individual cities and townships, resulting in 7 separate fire services. I'm here this evening to speak about false alarm responses and the broader impact these individual fire service policies have on every resident in our region. A monitored fire alarm system is designed so that, when activated, a monitoring company immediately dispatches fire trucks to the address. In my case, the monitoring provider was Direct Detect, which is housed at Fire Station 1 in Kitchener. I own and operate a 12-unit residential apartment building in Waterloo. It is located just over 3 kilometers from the home where I live with my wife and our 3 school-age daughters. First slide there, Mike, if you don't mind. About a year ago, I received an invoice from the City of Waterloo totaling $1,717.20, referencing a response to false alarm system malfunction. In my 20 years or so of operating housing, I had never seen an invoice like this before. Furthermore, I had never received any communication from the city indicating that such a fee structure even existed. I believe the issuance of this invoice reflects systemic bias. I also believe the administrative process available to dispute it is unreasonable, unjust, and deeply unfair. I'm grateful for the guidance provided by the ward councillor for the property, who informed me that my only real recourse was to submit a complaint to the Ontario Ombudsman. Per the city's standard procedure, and because I wanted to be a team player, I filed a formal complaint with the city before escalating the matter to the Ombudsman. Even though I viewed this as disputing an unfair financial penalty rather than just complaining, I felt a deep duty to faithfully report exactly what the building custodian and I experienced that fateful morning when the fire alarm sounded. Included in my submission to the city was the following statement. The custodian described the firefighter's demeanor as angry and believes their treatment may have been influenced by his race. While this is a serious and potentially inflammatory comment, I feel it is important to relay to you. In response, I received a letter from a lawyer representing the City of Waterloo, which stated, "The city is dismayed to hear your allegations. However, the city categorically denies your allegation that interactions with WFR staff were influenced by race. It is the city's understanding that WFR staff conducted themselves in a professional manner." This was the official response from the city's legal department, a blanket denial. Rather than investigating a serious concern raised by a local housing provider and a contracted custodian, the response was to immediately shield the institution and dismiss the citizens. To understand how broken this process is, look at how the city handles a basic private property parking ticket. If you don't mind, slide 2, Michael. A parking ticket requires clear, posted warning signs and an open dispute method. The ticket itself requires a specific reason for its issuance. Why does a $50 parking ticket get more administrative fairness than a $1,700 fire invoice? Which brings me to several questions for the room. First, what constitutes a false alarm under current guidelines? According to the lawyer at the City of Waterloo, a false alarm is a fire alarm system activation when there is no fire, and further states This interpretation is straightforward and conforms with the common sense meaning of the phrase. Second, is an invoice issued for every single false alarm in the city of Waterloo and its surrounding townships and cities? And is this consistent across every municipality in the region without exception? Third, who is ultimately expected to absorb the cost? Should it be the tenants? Perhaps the single Ukrainian refugee mother? The multi-generational family of a grandmother, mother, and grandchildren? The students? The company that manufactures smoke alarms that are activated when there is no smoke? Should the brown-skinned custodian who allegedly accidentally triggered the alarm by using an electric power washer to wash the laundry room floor pay for it? Should he lose his job over it? Should I pay for it? The journey that has led me here tonight has been one of deep frustration and dismay. At times it has felt like no one seems to care. I'm not here to complain. This experience is something we can use to improve. I truly believe our region, along with the cities and municipalities within it, can and must do better. Waterloo Fire Services pointed out to me that this specific 12-unit building is not legally required to have a monitored system. Because of this massive financial penalty, the monitoring system has now been canceled. So I leave you with one final question. Are the 12 families residing at this address safer or less safe today compared to the prior to this fire alarm being activated? Thank you very much for your time.
So Andrea, I can see, we can hear the frustration in your voice. You realize that this is a city matter and not a regional matter.
I absolutely do. And in trying to speak as a delegation of the city of Waterloo, after two attempts where I just asked if I could share my story and I was told no. I was told no twice after I resubmitted, and then the third time I was told I could speak, but I had to be very specific about what I was going to talk to. So I gave up. I think it's important because mayors here have fire departments in each of the cities and townships we have. Each fire department and fire service will have some type of policy or lack thereof. And I think it's important as a region that we understand the impact of stuff like this that has on everyday people and citizens.
I do have questions, but I'm wondering if, so I'll go to the council members, but clearly you recognize that this is a City of Waterloo matter, so that clarification's been made. Councillor Hunick?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, are you advocating that fire response become a regional responsibility rather than that of a city responsibility?
I love your question, and thank you for that. I married into the city of Kitchener in 2006. I did attend University of Waterloo for a couple of years. My experience with the Waterloo Region School Board and working with Waterloo Region Police Services, I would say that there are some definite benefits from working with a larger region-wide system or body than working with smaller individual services. And I say that with the experience of having and dealt with different fire services in different locations with different properties.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Andrew, for coming in tonight. I wasn't aware of this, so I would just ask you, or through the information you've provided here, I'll follow up with you so that we can talk about this.
Mayor McCabe, I am sorry that this hit you as a surprise, and I appreciate you willing to sit down and speak with me. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this to our attention.
Andrew, thank you. Those are all the questions we have. Thank you for waiting for your turn to delegate. The next delegation is Joseph Pupolo, Polycor Inc. Joseph is here in person. The podium is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Redmond, members of the council and regional staff. My name is Joseph Pupolo, co-CEO Polycorp, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight regarding Waterloo Region's ongoing approach to water capacity management. Before I begin, I would like to note that several of my colleagues will be speaking to some of the more technical elements of the opportunities, engineering opportunities that exist within the system, as well as considerations surrounding Form 1 certifications and the development of a forward-looking servicing agreement framework. My comments are going to be focused on a broader policy direction and where we go from here. So first and foremost, I really want to recognize that progress has been made, but there is a need for continued work. I want to acknowledge the significant amount of work that's gone on over the past few months. Council is faced with a difficult situation and a responsibility to manage a critical public asset. The desire to maintain a meaningful resiliency reserve was understandable, and protecting the integrity of the water system is a must and a priority. At the same time, this is an important lesson for all of us. The fact that we're discussing numerous rehabilitation projects, repairs, operational improvements highlights the importance of ongoing investment in our water infrastructure. As a region, we must continue to recognize that maintenance and renewal is just as important as growth-related activities. Going forward, I would strongly encourage Council to continue prioritizing investment in maintaining and optimizing our water system, ensuring that the needs are front and center in the capital budget discussions. Number two, I want to support the interim risk framework while continuing to improve it. I support this framework adopted by Council, but the framework is only an important first step. In all my discussions with staff and other people, I think that it provided a path forward while managing the region's responsibility and risk to maintain overall service capacity. But I believe the work is not complete. This framework should be viewed as an important first draft and not a final version. As new information becomes available, projects advance, and additional capacity is identified, Council should work to refining and improving this framework to ensure it remains responsive, practical, aligned to the region's long-term growth objectives. The goal should be continual improvement. Number two, focus on delivering water infrastructure faster. In multiple different discussions with staff and my colleagues, I believe we need to turn our attention to opportunities to increase capacity and accelerate infrastructure delivery. There are already a number of initiatives underway and opportunities associated with the Maple Grove treatment plant. The Cambridge 2W booster pump are examples of projects that deserve continued attention, and we need to push forward on those. Every opportunity to safely advance infrastructure and timelines should be explored. The conversation should not be about managing existing capacity. It should be creating new capacity wherever we can find it. Next, continue developing a balanced forward-looking servicing agreements. I support Council's direction to look at forward-looking services agreements. These agreements have the potential to provide certainty in ensuring occupancy remains aligned with available capacity. However, the framework must work for all parties involved. It must protect the region's interest. It must protect and support financing and investment decisions, and it must provide clarity for future purchasers, tenants, businesses, and residents. A well-designed framework can create a practical bridge between today's constraints and tomorrow's capacity. Finally, I want to bring clarity to Form 1 certifications and connection timing. Finally, I believe there's an opportunity to bring greater clarity on the discussions regarding Form 1s. Over the past few months, this has become an increasingly polarized topic, and I believe it's important that we lower the temperature and focus on what these certifications actually do. There are circumstances where connections and infrastructure needs to occur before practical engineering, construction, testing, and operational reasons. However, it's important to create the distinction that connection does not mean usage. In closing, I would encourage Council to continue to build on the progress that's already made. And rather than continue the rest of my closing, I want to share a small personal story. I was visiting a local restaurant, and they were telling me stories of people that were regulars there, and these were tradespeople. And given that the numerous contracts that they had in place, they were not able to work within the Waterloo region. They were seeking jobs as far as Pickering, Sudbury, and Windsor. They were going to be making a difficult decision at the end of the school year whether they're going to be relocating to there as following where work is. I think it's really important to notice that we don't want to lose trades, we don't want to lose important people, and we want to keep families growing and striving within the Waterloo region. So again, I thank you for your time. I thank staff for their continued involvement, and I want to look forward to find solutions. Thank you.
Joseph, I see no questions, but I too want to thank you for walking and making this journey with us. You're a regular, and I know that you take this very seriously. So thank you for your participation and your input. Larry Massio, Waterloo Regional Home Builders Association. Larry, welcome. Podium's yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Good evening, members of Regional Council. My name is Larry Massio, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the WRHBA. And I'm speaking tonight regarding forward-looking servicing agreements as laid out in Report PDL GDS 26-018. We appreciate the work that staff and council have undertaken to address the ongoing water and wastewater surfacing constraints. We support the goal of finding a path forward that allows housing projects to proceed while infrastructure capacity is managed responsibly. However, I want to repeat a message that we have been bringing forward since this issue emerged. We do need solutions, and we need them quickly. This is not just a housing issue. It is an economic issue that is affecting families, workers, businesses, and communities across Waterloo Region. Every month that projects remain stalled means less homes are built, less jobs are created, and less opportunities exist for young families trying to enter the housing market. The people most affected by this uncertainty are often the first-time home buyers. They are trying to save for a down payment, secure financing, and make one of the biggest financial commitments of their lives. They need certainty that a home they purchase will be completed and occupied within a reasonable and predictable time frame. Builders need that same certainty. Financing for development depends on having confidence in project timelines, sales, and occupancy. When there is uncertainty around servicing capacity, it becomes harder for builders to secure financing and harder for buyers to commit to a purchase. This is why we need a solution that allows approvals, registrations, permits, and construction to move forward immediately so projects can take advantage of the late summer and fall construction seasons. Missing that window could mean another year of delay for housing that is needed today. While we support the concept of forward-looking servicing agreements, we believe the framework should be simple, practical, and administered by the area municipalities. The area municipalities already manage approvals, registrations, development agreements, permits, and occupancy-related matters. An area municipality-led process would reduce complexity for everybody and provide a much more direct path forward. As to the draft before you, we do have some significant concerns that we think need to be addressed before implementation. With respect to Clause 3, we expect many builders will be hesitant to commit to a large project before servicing capacity is confirmed, and that will only serve to hinder interest in a particular development or community. Our bigger concern relates to Clause 4 and the confirmation of capacity process. Under the proposed framework, capacity may be identified in advance, but there remains uncertainty around when it will ultimately be available. For a first-time homebuyer, that uncertainty matters. Buyers need confidence that when they sign an agreement, obtain a mortgage approval, and make financial commitments, they can reasonably expect to move into their home on time. Lenders also look for certainty. If occupancy timelines become uncertain, financing becomes more difficult for both purchasers and builders. That uncertainty can slow sales, further delay projects, and reduce housing supply. While the region's commitment to provide capacity within 1 year of registration is helpful, with the exceptions contained in the agreement, there is still a risk that capacity may not be available when expected. The consequences of that uncertainty will be borne by purchasers who have planned their finances and their lives around a projected closing date. Those purchasers will have no recourse. We also have concerns with Clause 13, which provides committed capacity expires after 2 years. While we understand the intent, the practical effect may result in smaller development phases as developers seek to avoid losing capacity for registered lots. That would increase administration, add costs, and ultimately make housing more expensive. At a time when affordability is already a major challenge, every additional cost matters. While the WRHBA supports the forward-looking servicing agreements, our priority is to see approvals and permits issued immediately while establishing a realistic and workable process that provides certainty for homebuyers, supports builder financing, and allows housing projects to proceed. The people waiting for these homes need certainty, builders need certainty, and lenders need certainty. We encourage Council to adopt a solution that gets housing moving now and provides a certain path forward for everybody involved. With that, I thank you for your time and consideration. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Larry, I don't see any questions, but again, I want to thank you for walking this journey with all of us and your input. It's much appreciated.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next delegation is Catherine Rastel from Kitchener. Catherine? Okay, I don't see Catherine, and she's supposed to be in person. Lake Treffler from Kitchener? Lake? Chris Garretts. Chris is joining us virtually. Chris, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, Chair Redmond and Council. Thanks again for allowing me to appear before you to speak on behalf of the Reopen Waterloo Region Coalition regarding the Mannheim water issue. I wanted to bring forward some information to Council regarding the interim risk management framework that I hope will provide some level of comfort around adopting a temporarily lower buffer than what's been proposed in the past. The interim risk management framework scenario 2 includes determination of potential surplus capacity that can be allocated beginning in Q3 2026 through the deferral of non-essential repairs and upgrades. The scenario also includes a recommended minimum allocation for unplanned shutdowns of 102 liters per second, and the rationale for the 102 liters per second is provided in Appendix E of the framework as what is needed based on staff input and historical shutdown data. The Mannheim system has a defined sustainable capacity of 1,455 liters per second before any buffer is applied. And as referenced in the Agile report, the actual system capacity is 1,835 liters per second, and that leaves 380 liters per second for peaking. So to quote the Agile report, peaking capacity is meant to provide higher supply capacity for short durations and for emergencies such as unplanned infrastructure failures and temporary shutdowns. So Appendix E of the interim risk management framework highlights that there were 22 instances of unplanned failure in the Mannheim service area from January 2024 through March of 2026. And of these 22 events, 18 of them were short duration events lasting an average of 21 days. So these types of failures and shutdowns are why there is 380 liters per second set aside for peaking operations. Over the same period of time, staff indicated that the average amount of water required for unplanned shutdowns was 4% of total system capacity. So therefore, the average amount required for those shutdowns was closer to 58 liters per second, meaning that by reducing the amount set aside for unplanned shutdowns, up to 44 liters per second of system capacity can be made available for allocation immediately without interfering with the safe operation of the Mannheim water system. Remembering that there is an additional 380 liters per second of peaking capacity available in the Mannheim service area. So some may point out that the Mannheim wells are currently operating under peaking conditions, which I'm not disputing, but at the same time, the interim risk management framework doesn't reflect that the system is operating under peaking conditions in the determination of sustainable system capacity and the amount of capacity available for allocation. So the amounts allocated within the Mannheim system reflects sustainable yields, not peaking conditions. There is no risk of permanently allocating water above the sustainable yield under the interim risk management framework, even with a reduction of the 102 liters per second for unplanned shutdowns to a lower number. So just to summarize, you have a sustainable yield, which has been determined by staff, and you have a total system capacity, and there is 21% of a buffer already there. That is, in my experience, not typical. So you already have 21% buffer built in. Just wanted to highlight that for council, because I may have not highlighted that in past presentations, that I just wanted to make you aware. And I think that is all. Thanks for allowing me to speak, and happy to answer any questions.
Chris, again, thank you for your continuing efforts as we work through this capacity issue. I see no questions, so thank you for joining us. And the next delegation is Melissa Durrell from Build Urban. Welcome, Melissa. You have the podium and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of Council. As you mentioned, my name is Melissa Durrell, and I'm the Executive Officer of Build Urban. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging that everyone around this table wants the same thing. We want reliable water system, we want responsible decision-making, and we want a strong future for Waterloo Region. The challenge is that for the last 6 months, our region has been navigating the impacts of the development freeze announced in December of last year. And much of the discussion is focused on infrastructure, capacity, and technical processes. Those conversations are important, but at its core, this issue is about people. It's about the family whose path to homeownership has become a little further out of reach. It's about the trades workers whose next job may not materialize because a project has been delayed. It's about seniors waiting for long-term care spaces. It's about women who need a safe space to go and found there was nowhere available. And when there's no housing supply, women fleeing violence have nowhere to flee to. And that's not an abstract policy outcome, that's actually someone's safety. And these things do not happen in isolation. They are connected. Our encampment situation has continued in part because the housing system has nowhere left to move people through. When new housing starts freeze, every stage behind it backs up. Shelters stay full, transitional housing stays full, and people stay outside. This is not 3 separate problems, it's one system stuck at a single point of failure. For 195 days, every delayed project, every canceled investment, and every opportunity that leaves Waterloo Region has had real consequences, some of which may never be recovered. And every month this continues is a month that the reputation we have spent decades building is put further at risk. And I'll be honest with you, our community is losing hope. The solutions on the table have stayed fluid for months, and that fluidity has not matched the urgency that people are living with on the ground. People do not need another reassurance that this is being looked at. They need to see action and investment that matches the scale of what they're facing. Now, there's 2 motions moving forward, a servicing agreement transfer request and forward-looking service agreement motions. After 195 days of uncertainty, that predictability is exactly what this community needs. Now, it's not going to solve everything overnight, but it replaces an open-ended freeze with a clear path forward, and that's the kind of action that finally matches the urgency people are living with. Waterloo has always been known as a community that embraces innovation, that solves problems, that attracts talent, investment, and ambition. When businesses, investors, housing providers, and institutions look at Waterloo Region today, they are increasingly seeing uncertainty and delay instead. This is not the story this region should be telling. And this is not the story these motions will have to tell either. So I'm asking Council to support the motions tonight and alongside them to continue pushing to expedite the infrastructure work that will allow even more capacity to come online faster. and that the schedule currently is allowing. Our community has never succeeded by standing still. We've succeeded by working together, solving problems, and finding ways forward. So I encourage Council to support the motions tonight moving forward and to demonstrate that Waterloo Region remains a place where people can invest, build, grow, and succeed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have no questions, but you're a familiar face too, Melissa, so thank you for continuing to provide input. Pierre Chauvin, MHBC Planning, and you are here in person. You have the podium in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, members of council. I may be an unfamiliar face, but certainly been observing and watching behind the scenes. My name is Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning. I'm the planning consultant for Activa Holdings. I'm here on their behalf. With me this evening is John Hartwick, CEO of Activa, whom you recall delegated at the June 3rd council meeting. I'm here this evening to address the proposed approach to service agreement transfer request as detailed in staff report PDL-GDS-26-017. First and foremost, we support the concept of the transfer of water capacity to provide flexibility to meet market demand. However, our question is, why do we have to wait to the end of Q3 to obtain these transfers? You will recall in Mr. Hartwick's presentation on June 3rd, he brought to your attention 2 developments in the city of Waterloo that could immediately benefit from this transfer. One relates to a registered but unbuilt multiple residential condominium block and the transfer of reserve water capacity for this block to the last phase of their subdivision that proposes single detached dwellings in the same community. This would allow the looping of water mains, the completion of the road network, more efficient maintenance, better connectivity, and bringing a much-needed park to the community. The other project relates to a registered but unbuilt employment block that was recently rezoned from employment to residential use. The residential use actually uses less water than the previous registered employment block. Activa would like to advance these 2 projects and enter into service agreements immediately under the proposed transfer framework. The market demand is there now for the small single detached products that these 2 projects will provide. The window of opportunity with the HST rebate is closing fast. It's only 9 months away from the deadline, and our client can't afford any further delays to capitalize on this opportunity. It will take time to initiate and prepare these agreements, complete the construction of the subdivision, and coordinate with the local municipality on a mechanism to remove water allocation from the transfer block. Delaying the execution of these servicing agreements until the end of Q3 will simply push everything back another 6 to 8 months at the very least, which will put Activa against the wall with respect to the HS rebate, and not to mention missing an entire season of housing sales and ultimately the dream of home ownership for new home buyers. Based on the region's own growth numbers, we believe the water is available now to allow these 2 developments to proceed under the transfer framework, particularly with council's direction to allocate the interim transfer of 15 liters per second from Wilmot. The region's own numbers and presentations concluded that the water deficit would be ended with the interim transfer. In this regard, I quote Mr. Brothers when he was talking about the transfers of water from Wilmot. He said, I quote, "If council proceeds with a second recommendation today, the 15 liters per second would get us out of the supply deficit and allow us to operate sustainably." He goes on to say, "The next amount of water that comes online would then be fully allocated to growth, specifically the Manheim side stream phase 1 at 20 liters per second in Q3 of this year could be fully available for growth." Now, the reference to growth in this statement is referring to new growth. What Activa is proposing is not new growth. Servicing commitments have already been made with the region for these 2 projects. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, the combined water demand for these 2 projects will be lower than what was actually allocated through the servicing agreements. Activa's projects would equate to approximately bringing on 227 units now and only require 1.6 liters per second total into water demand. This amount of water should be available based on the existing service agreements and commitments that the regions already reported. It is important to note that even if we were allocated the transfers now, the earliest that these homes would be drawing water would be in the middle of 2027. So I would say what is the risk of, if any, is very low. So to sum up, here's the problem. Activa wants to build now. They need to build now to keep people employed and keep the local economy going. We can't wait another 6 to 8 months. Here's the dilemma. Activa has been granted the water commitment by virtue of their existing executed servicing agreements with the region. Therefore, technically, the water should be there today. However, staff are still recommending that the water is not available to the end of Q3. Why is that? Something doesn't add up. Activa needs certainty now. We cannot wait till the end of Q3. Provide us with the ability to service agreements now, such that we can obtain the region's clearance to register these plans of subdivision, on the understanding that the water will be available until the Q3. Therefore, our specific request of council tonight is to direct staff to enter into the transfer agreements immediately in Q2 and not wait until the end of Q3 as presently recommended. In this regard, I offer the following revision to paragraph 2 of the staff's recommendation and staff report. And it would read that Regional Council directs staff to implement the provisions of the transfer framework with the execution of new servicing agreements immediately, with the understanding that water capacity will be available for allocation as identified in the interim risk management framework. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions, if any.
Thank you, Pierre, and don't go away. Councillor McCabe has a question.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Chair. Thanks, Pierre, for coming in tonight and for following this issue closely, as I know you have been. You mentioned that for the townhouse condos, I think that the servicing commitments have already been made. Can you tell me the date, like what year or month when that commitment was made?
Don't have the exact date. It was at least 3 years ago.
Okay, so approximately 3 years ago, you have a draft plan of subdivision that indicated that the water capacity would be available for when you started to build, correct?
Yeah, through you, Chair, it would be the time that we would have registered and entered into that servicing agreement with the region, which allocated the water for that multiple block.
So you have a registered plan of subdivision?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and certainly I'll be following up with respect to the amendments that you're suggesting, but also I'll follow up with, I'll have questions for staff later in the council meeting specifically about this. So thanks for coming in and providing some clarity around this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Those are all the questions we have. Thank you for coming in. The next delegation is Heather Wombwell from Kitchener. Heather, you have the podium and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman and councillors. I'm here today because I would like to talk about transit. Public transit is one of the most important investments we can make. It creates a more accessible region for all of us. It helps us grow and connect as a community. However, as we grow, I fear we may be leaving community members behind. We need to implement strategies that ensure our transit system is accessible to all people. What that looks like to me is keeping public transport affordable for all, improving accessibility on the buses, and funding, and dare I say, increasing funding for Mobility Plus program. I understand that funding is an issue, but I would argue that the upfront improvements will pay for themselves down the road, pun intended. People will be able to get to jobs, and even jobs that are further away. People will be able to discover new parts of the community where they can spend money on local small businesses. Ridership will increase, generating income that will offset costs. And of course, we cannot talk about the transit in Waterloo region without talking about the transit hub. With millions already poured into this project, it's looking to become a cornerstone of transit in this region, reflecting the growth our region has undergone since the Charles Street terminal closed. When we lost the terminal on Charles Street, we lost a valuable space in our community. This is a wound that has never fully healed. The new transit hub will not only bring investment into our region, it will bring new folks in. It will be a way for us to continue growing as a region, and if done correctly, can be an example of how we will grow our region better for us all. But just as we can't talk about transit without talking about the transit hub, we can't talk about the transit hub without talking about the encampment. Much has already been said about the encampment, about whether or not we really need the land it's on, and I hasten to say that I'm not here this evening to enter into this debate. I stand before you this evening to say that if we want this transit hub, which will be good for our community, and we want it to be a reflection of how we intend to grow as a region, then I implore you, I beg you to do the right thing and do what Judge Gibson told us, give people a safe, legal alternative site or implement safe tenting, and we will be multiple steps closer to having a truly accessible transit system for all and a region that respects the rights of all of its citizens and a region that allows us to sleep well at night and feel proud to live in it. Thank you.
Heather, we have a question. Councillor Hunick.
Heather, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Edmund. Just a comment. Thank you for speaking to the importance of equality between services for residents with and without disabilities, and for the importance of a place of last resort. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming in, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Matt Nino Maiwa from Fade, and I totally butchered your last name. I got the Matt part right, so you can introduce yourself. The podium's yours, and you have 5 minutes.
All good, thank you. Good evening, members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a professional engineer and the land development manager with Walter Fady, as well as the current chair and president of Waterloo Region Home Builders Association. I have been practicing civil engineering in Waterloo Region for over 20 years, and I'm also a resident of Wilmot, and have a deep and working knowledge of the local and industry standards. I'm here speaking in my capacity as a professional engineer about Form 1s and the region's ability to execute a Form 1 under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Form 1s are intended to address future conditions to authorize future water main works, not to confirm current system operation. Form 1s exist to allow municipalities to move forward with their water infrastructure before those systems are fully in service. The owner certification requires that demand will not exceed system capacity and the system will not experience adverse conditions. These are forward-looking statements assessed based on anticipated conditions when the infrastructure is in service, not conditions that must exist at the time of signing. The Safe Drinking Water Act requires that certifications be accurate and not misleading and supported by an appropriate standard of care. It does not require absolute certainty of outcomes, existing operation under future demand conditions, and elimination of all uncertainty. The correct legal and technical test is a certification that is reasonable, supportable, and made in good faith. Engineering judgment always involves uncertainty. That alone does not create liability. In my professional opinion, the region can execute Form 1s based on hydraulic modeling and capacity analysis, approved planning studies such as master servicing plans, and reasonable assumptions regarding system expansion or staging. This is a standard engineering practice and satisfies the Safe Drinking Water Act requirement for defensible, evidence-based certification. Risk is already managed through existing controls. The region, but more so the area municipalities, retain full control over system loading through planning approvals, phasing, building permit issuance, and occupancy controls. These mechanisms ensure that the system is not actually operated beyond capacity, consistent with Safe Drinking Water Act obligations. Please note that the area municipalities also have Form 1s that need to be executed. For the majority of new development, the connections are being made to water main owned by the area municipality, not the region. As such, it is on the area municipality to satisfy themselves that the sufficient technical justification is provided to sign the Form 1s. As noted, it is within the area municipality's control to issue approvals and building permits, which would add demand to the water system. As part of the proposed allocation policy by each of the area municipalities, there will be checks and balances in place to ensure that live demands will not be added to the system beyond the capacity available at the time needed. In addition to what I have noted, execution of a Form 1 with a forward-looking servicing agreement is a supplementary tool that can be implemented, not a requirement. It can assist with allowing construction to advance while deferring occupancy until capacity is available and provide additional assurance that demand will not materialize prematurely. However, it does not change the underlying test, which remains whether the certification is technically supportable. A forward-looking servicing agreement is best executed between the area municipality and the proponent. This strengthens the position, but it does not define whether a Form 1 can be signed. The underlying test remains the same. Is the certification reasonable, defensible at the time it's being made? I want to note that the region and area municipalities already have strong controls in place through development approvals, building permits, occupancy controls, and ongoing system monitoring. The area municipalities ultimately control when demand is introduced to the system. These tools ensure that infrastructure is not placed into service beyond its capacity. My request this evening is that Council recognize that Form 1 execution does not require certainty about today's capacity. It requires reasonable, defensible engineering basis that capacity will be available when the works are placed into service, supported by the controls already available to the region and the area municipalities. This remains consistent with the Safe Drinking Water Act and accepted engineering practice. The existence of a forward-looking servicing agreement by area municipalities may strengthen that conclusion, but is not a prerequisite to reaching it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We have no questions, but thank you very much for coming in. The next delegation is Craig Robson from North Dumfries. Welcome, Craig. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Regional Chair, Regional Councillors, and Regional Staff. My name is Craig Robson. I'm a lawyer with Robson Carpenter from Ayr, and I am involved in development work. I'm also not typically accused of optimism. However, I like to touch on what I hope will be some optimistic event in the future when water is available, and what happens when that supply of water starts to allow some developments to go forward. City of Kitchener Municipal Liaison, on Friday last, we were presented with a draft of a proposed water allocation agreement that appears to have been intended to give the developers of approved projects, and more importantly, probably their lenders, assurance as to water availability. I think that agreement is at page 308 of your materials. My previously expressed scintilla of optimism evaporated before I finished the first review of the document. Admittedly, it was a first draft. However, even with that qualifier, the proposed agreement disclosed a disturbing lack of accountability and certainty. The development industry has lived with water allocation or servicing agreements for subdivisions and condo projects for many years. We didn't take a lot of note of them, as it was assumed there would be sufficient water supply to support proposed developments, and there previously were no issues. Now that the rug has been pulled out from under us, a lot more attention is going to be paid by developers, lenders, and developers themselves about the wording in the region's water allocation agreements. The major disappointment with respect to the draft agreement was the lack of commitment of a water supply to an approved development in an agreement that is intended to provide the commitment of water supply to an approved development. For example, the agreement restricted itself only to subdivision plans. It made no mention of site plan approved outside of subdivision developments, condominiums, or other construction which routinely occurs outside of subdivisions. The agreement in paragraph 6 clearly states that building permit issuance does not guarantee water supply. Where does that leave a builder with a home sale agreement of purchase and sale if they can get a building permit and start construction, but they can't close their deal because the water might not be available? Paragraph 7 is, my view, the most problematic. In part of it says water supply capacity will be potentially available and can be committed to the development within the 1-year period following the date of the issuance of confirmation. Potentially means maybe not, or includes maybe not, and could be interpreted to be the same as maybe. Potentially should be replaced with certainty that once one of these agreements is entered into, the water is available for the period of time that's stated in the agreement. Another clause provides in paragraph 14 that even with the confirmation of capacity, water may not be available to a development because of unforeseen events outside the control of the region. That could leave a project high and dry, intended. Isn't that what the reserve is for, as opposed to stopping developments midway through them? The agreement goes on to exempt the township, city, or region from any liability unless it's because of the willful conduct of the municipality in question. Frankly, if a municipality has done something which would make it liable in a court of law for damages, the consequences should be suffered by that municipality. This agreement should not be used as a stay-out-of-jail card. It also requires developers to agree not to appeal any aspect related to the agreement to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and I question how that could be considered to be fair. The agreement's timeframes for use of the water allocation without defining what use means are potentially unrealistic, especially in a slow market. It is my opinion that no careful lender is going to be willing to finance a development in the face of the qualifications contained in the first draft of the agreement until there's a lot more certainty of water supply. My request of council is that staff be directed to work with the industry to develop an agreement that is fair both to the municipalities and the region, and the developers sign such agreements, and require that these agreements not be so blatantly qualified as the availability of water for an approved development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no questions, but it's always nice to see you. And now I know you're an optimist, Craig. Oh, actually, Councillor Bavanovich has a Craig, come on back.
Sorry.
Coming back.
Thanks, thanks, Mr. Robson, for coming in and for your delegation this evening. I realize you're speaking to what's in the report this evening. Are you aware through your clients and so on that there are a couple of other motions that are being brought forward specifically on this issue?
Yes.
Okay, and you're comfortable with those?
I haven't paid too much attention to them. I leave that to Mr. Pupolo because he seems to be very much on top of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation is Tom Strickland, Cycle WR. And Tom, I believe you're joining us virtually, and you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Chair Redmond and regional councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a board member at Cycle WR. We rally support for the region's cycling projects and try to make suggestions to improve them. Cycle WR strongly supports the new street design guidelines. We're pleased to see the clear statement of priorities with walking and cycling at the top of the modal priority pyramid. The new clear priority to active transportation should mean more new facilities at the guideline widths, which are wider than the minimum widths we have often seen in previous designs. We can see many of the detailed design ideas already reflected in the proposal for Myers Road in Cambridge. This plan includes island bus stops, raised cycling and pedestrian facilities when crossing driveways and minor roadways, and crossrides at major intersections, all excellent design elements. We do have some comments and suggestions for improvement, though. First, for the rural connector type of roadway, we believe the fully separated multi-use path is far superior to buffered painted shoulders. It is no fun having cars whiz by from behind at 80 kilometers per hour with little more than a meter of space between you. If a multi-use path is not possible for some reason, a better alternative than two one-way paved shoulders would be to utilize the same total space to build a double-width paved shoulder on one side of the road, 1 meter buffer, and 3 meter cycling space capable of two-way bike travel. This scored much higher than the one-way type in our Cycle WR cycling risk survey. We believe that facilities that only have flex posts should be considered buffered bike lanes, not protected bike lanes. We suggest changing the example photo of protected bike lane to a more appropriate type, either concrete or planter separation. We believe it is a false economy to use flex posts as a temporary measure. It is much better to spend a little more and finish the job in one project rather than two. It is important that cycle tracks have clear visual or material delineation that will last. For example, the color of the facility on King Street in Uptown Waterloo has faded, so material separation is now minimal, two slightly different shades of gray. Painted markings also fade. Signage or more durable paint might help avoid conflicts with pedestrians. Often proposed cycling routes have short sections that are constrained and require a major compromise in facility design. It should be clear in the guidelines that a short constrained area should not define the type or width of cycling facility for the whole route. The constrained solution should be applied only where the space available is truly a constraint. We agree with the principles identified in the section on intersections. The hard part will be actually implementing them, which needs your support. Protected intersections are expensive and may require land purchase to find the room to allow the full design. The finest cycling facility will be badly underutilized if it is broken up by intersections that are not safe. The roundabout example shows the typical design for Waterloo Region, tangential rather than the Dutch radial approach. The tangential design is built for car speed and maximum throughput, not at all consistent with the tenor of these design guidelines, which rightly emphasize the safety of vulnerable road users. We hope the region will take a similar look at the design guidelines for roundabouts and consider some of the suggestions we put forward as commentary to the Roundabout Pedestrian Safety Pilot Project. We also agree that parking should not be a priority on regional roads except possible laybys for deliveries or accessibility. However, a substantial subset of the population, at least in some parts of the region, thinks differently. That subset was big enough to stop the Arthur Street Cycling Facility and defer, at best, the Ainsley Street Cycling Facility. Projects that propose removing substantial parking spots should include a review of current regional and non-regional parking spots and either demonstrate that parking is still sufficient or make an effort to find at least partial replacement parking spots on non-regional roads. While we feel the concerns about parking removal are in general not justified, we do understand they are real. A proactive approach to address this concern is more expedient and citizen-friendly than responding after the concerns have been raised. Finally, if a road that does not currently have painted bike lanes is only being resurfaced, it typically requires a lane reduction to add a cycling facility. With Bill 60 in place, this cannot happen even if a road diet is justified by the low traffic volume. We should consider changing the project in that situation to add cycling even if sewer replacement or other major repairs are not required when the road section involved is an important part of the cycling network plan. Those are some minor quibbles, but once again, we strongly support the overall guidelines, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment on this initiative.
Tom, thank you very much for taking the time to delegate. We do have a question, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's a comment. I just wanted to thank Tom and the group for the ongoing work that you're doing and for providing these helpful recommendations, and also to just indicate your support, your strong support for this direction. It's really appreciated, and it's really helpful to have people like yourself taking a really close look at it and using the facilities as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Our next delegation is Joe Benninger, CBRE. And Joe, you're joining us virtually. I see you're online and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Redmond and members of council. My name is Joe Benninger. I'm Vice President of CBRE, part of the Southern Ontario Investment Team. I'm here today to speak about the forward-looking servicing, the proposed forward-looking servicing agreement, and more specifically, its real-world impact on development delivery in our community. At a high level, I understand and respect the region's objectives to responsibly manage finite water resources, to avoid overallocation, and to maintain flexibility in a constrained system. These are valid and important goals. However, the proposed agreement must also provide certainty. This is the fundamental purpose of these agreements. As currently structured, it separates development approvals from servicing certainty in a way that will prevent projects from moving forward. In practical terms, a developer can secure draft approval, enter into the agreement, advance planning, and even obtain building permits, but they do not have guaranteed water servicing until a later stage commitment of capacity is issued. Critically, they cannot obtain occupancy permits until that commitment is in place. This creates a fundamental disconnect. Projects can be approved and even built, but they cannot be occupied or delivered until water capacity is confirmed. From a construction and financing perspective, this introduces a level of uncertainty that will stop projects from proceeding. Developers cannot confidently schedule construction because they do not know when they will be able to complete, occupy, or generate revenue. They risk completing projects they are legally unable to deliver. Lenders face the same challenge. They have no clear timeline for repayment and face the risk that a project reaches completion but cannot generate revenue if water has not been committed. Because of that, financing becomes unavailable, and projects don't stop because of a lack of approvals, they stop because of a lack of financing. The impacts of this are not theoretical. Significant capital is already being deployed with no clear path to servicing and no certainty on timing or outcome. At a certain point, agreements structured as proposed make future land deals extremely difficult, if not impossible. If developers cannot tie land acquisition to a predictable servicing timeline, they cannot responsibly proceed. That doesn't just delay projects, it prevents them from starting. The land market is already freezing as a result of this uncertainty. Vendors cannot price risk, buyers cannot underwrite deals, and transactions cannot close. Over time, this leads to fewer sites being brought forward and a shrinking pipeline of future developments across the region. There is also a broader consequence that must be recognized: the impact on this region's reputation within the development and investment community. Capital is mobile. Developers and investors will allocate resources to jurisdictions where there is greater certainty. If Waterloo Region becomes known as a place where approvals do not translate into deliverable projects, investment will move elsewhere, and it will take years to bring it back. On the residential side, this contributes to slower housing delivery, fewer units coming to market, and increased pressure on an already constrained housing supply. That means fewer options for families, longer timelines, and continued upward pressure on housing costs. At the same time, this is not just about residential development. The same uncertainty affects employment-oriented projects, the projects that create jobs, drive economic activity, and support long-term growth in the region. When those projects stall or never proceed, the broader economic consequences are felt across the community. I'm not here to suggest removing the forward-looking servicing agreement framework, but there is an opportunity to recalibrate the balance between flexibility and certainty. Specifically, I would encourage the Council to consider introducing earlier stage certainty around servicing, better aligning capacity commitments with construction timelines, and creating conditions that allow projects to proceed with confidence. Chair Redmond, that concludes my presentation. Thank you. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Joe, again, I have no questions, but thank you very much for your ongoing involvement and input to this process as we navigate it. So thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Colleagues, that is the end of our delegations. The next agenda item are minutes of previous meetings. I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes listed under 9.1 to 9.13. If I have a mover, moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor Erb. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask you to vote then. So this is approving minutes from previous meetings.
Chair, I'm in favor and I don't have access to eScribe tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Saladin and Councillor McCabe. Do you have access to eScribe?
Yeah, I have so far.
Okay.
Like with registering to vote or to raise my hand and stuff. I don't see it popping up yet. Oh, there it is.
Colleagues, that is carried unanimously, it looks like. Next is agenda item 10, and that's communications, which you should have received electronically. So if there are no questions on previously received communications, the next agenda item is 11.1. It's finance reports, and I would look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Councillor Vanovic, you're not voting early. You have a question, I assume.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, it would probably be appropriate for staff to speak a little bit to the application proposal for the development charge program. Just because this is a significant
CAO
body
Batty.
of work.
Thank you for asking that question, Councillor. The report that's presented to Council is basically in response to the the federal and provincial program on DC reductions. The intent is to give you the requirements of that program as well as outline a timeline. Staff have also conducted a sensitivity analysis looking at different reduction rates from 30 to 50%. So that you can understand the implications of it. Generally speaking, financially, the region is already providing some of the lowest rates, and we also have a pretty healthy program in terms of providing rebates and grants tied to DCs. However, we also recognize that the objective of providing more affordability is common amongst us and our senior governments. So our recommendation is that we explore this program. We submit an application. Should we be selected, we still have another step where we would review the terms and conditions, and if those terms and conditions are financially sustainable and provide a good value proposition for the region, we would then come to Council for an approval. So to be clear, at this point, we're just exploring, and that's the recommendation. It doesn't bind Council to either accept the funding or to make any DC reductions. It's literally us exploring whether we would be selected, and if that happens, what terms and conditions we can negotiate with our senior levels of government.
Councillor Vanovic.
Yeah, and so just on that, and thanks for that explanation, Mr. Batty. I'm wondering, is the intention that we would strive to ensure that we're not seeing an impact on taxpayers in terms of the difference between what's potentially eligible for funding and what we would apply for?
That's correct. As part of our analysis, we would look at that, and when we do come back to Council with a recommendation, that would be clearly outlined.
So based on the timing, I presume the intent would be to bring this back to the August meeting, or if necessary, a special meeting before that?
I suspect we may need a special meeting. My understanding is the province is looking at August 15th to make a announcement on who's been selected. So depending on where our council meetings fall, we may have to look for an ad hoc one.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple questions on a couple of these reports.
Go ahead.
Sorry, one question on two reports. On the procurement of buses, a question to staff. I mean, there's a pretty glaring potential funding gap in the 2027 budget that could arise, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, because historically it's been, these are replacement buses. This isn't expansion of the fleet. This is just sort of maintaining what we have. Could you just maybe speak to that, and what types of conversations are happening from an advocacy perspective around this topic?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Indeed, in recent years, we've been the happy beneficiaries of a lot of IKIP funding for renewal of our bus fleet. Now we are facing that transition between the IKIP program and the new CPTF program. So we're in active conversations with the province on advancing that. So we've submitted a list of projects to get that, and I know I have regular updates with with MTO staff as well to talk about the urgency of this one in particular, because that one there's both levels of priority and then levels of urgency into how when we could get this funding. I think today the report that's before you today is really about being able to start the order, because we know that we will lose the locked-in price if we don't place the order before the end of the month, and that would that would basically offset a lot of the public funding that we could have through CPTF. So that's the opportunity there, and we'll continue to push the province and the federal government to be able to advance at least part of the CPTF funding as quickly as possible.
Glad to hear it. Chair, I'll leave it there for these.
Do you have a second question?
No, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I had a question about the Development Charges Reduction Act, the report that's before us here, and I understand that as the CAO indicated that it has to come back to us. But a couple of questions about it. Has the region previously ever had programs where DCs were reduced for a certain period of time? And my follow-up question to that is, how was a program like that ended? Because I mean, the program that's in front of us here is for 3 years, but you know, part of what I'm quite worried about is that we put something like this in place, and then it's like it's for 3 years, but you know, after 3 years, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who want us to keep this program in place. So could you give us some sense of how previous programs, if there were DC reductions, were actually ended?
Oh, we're calling a friend.
Okay.
Good evening. So through the chair, as far as we're aware, there haven't been programs similar to this where we've had DC rate reductions. And yes, this is only for 3 years, so the rates would be frozen for 3 years. At that point, then you would expect that you'd go into the DC bylaw in effect. We are currently in an ongoing background study, so the results of that are still yet to be determined, but we would anticipate we would pick up where we left off if we were to participate in that program and freeze.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCabe, any other questions?
Well, so does that mean that the DC bylaws or background study is paused while this is happening?
We don't know yet until we have the outcome of the award, and which we would come back to council in August, and then we would go through those implications and those risks.
Okay, I guess I'm surprised that the region has never had a program where DCs are reduced for a certain period of time, like whether it's for industrial or commercial or anything like that. We don't. Okay, I guess I would. Sorry, go ahead.
That's correct. No, there hasn't been.
Okay, I guess just to comment then to say that you know, this program is being put in place kind of whether we like it or not, and certainly against a lot of people's better judgments, I would say. But you know, I would just note, you know, there's a lot of talk about housing, the need for more housing, and I think there's absolutely certainly is a need for more, particularly affordable housing. But I just also wanted to note that at the City of Waterloo, in 2024, we had to sign on to the housing targets, and we exceeded it by 127%. We also are very, very close. We're triple checking our numbers for 2025 through the provincial BFF fund, and to see if we qualified. And I believe the city of Kitchener has hit the BFF mark 3 years in a row as well. So all that to say, you know, housing, and I don't know the other municipalities off the top of my head, but all that to say, there is housing being built. And so this DC Reduction Act there's no question there's going to have a financial impact on municipalities. I think the only bright spot that I see in this is that federal and provincial governments have recognized hopefully their role in helping municipalities fund infrastructure, which we've been asking them for years, if not decades. But to pretend otherwise would be I think would be misleading for our community. So I'll just leave it there. I think we have no choice but to submit this and likely to go ahead with it. Based on the negotiations that are going to happen, but I certainly think this is not the type of program that municipalities really, really deserve or want, despite years of asking for the feds and the province to come to the table.
So Councillor McCabe, I guess I would just underscore what Darshpreet has already said, and that is just the first shoe. The second shoe will drop in August, and that will be a point in time when we will look at our DC background study and how this impacts it. So watch this space, more to come. Councillor Salonen.
My question was already asked. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Just really quickly, did we waive DC development charges for the brownfields? Yes, okay, so it has been done before. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Vanovich.
Yeah, thanks. And that's what I wanted to just raise, because as I recall, there were a few different instances where both the area municipalities and the region waived development charges, and perhaps that could come to council just in a follow-up email. What I recall is the brownfield one that Councillor Foxton raised. There was one on condo development, both in Uptown Waterloo and downtown Kitchener for a period of time, like residential development. And then the third one, the industrial discount, yes, you were, I think, able to get for anything up to a 50% expansion, a waiving of your DCs, as I recall. So maybe staff can just update that by email.
Yeah, we can provide that. I wasn't around, so that's why I didn't want to respond to that question, but Maria's also just joined us about 6-7 months ago, so forgive us if we misinformed.
So Maria, you were the call of friend, so thank you very much. My recollection is that those things did happen, but it also was part of the background study, right? So that we would review it from time, at a set pace rather than do one-offs. So yes, we have done it before, and we will have to adjust the background study for DCs if we go forward with this application through the 2 senior levels of government. Having said that, if there are no more questions, this has been moved and seconded, so I would ask you to cast your vote on the finance reports.
I'm in favor. My e-scribe's not coming up, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Leggett.
Yeah.
Also in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Salonen. Colleagues, that is carried. Next is a committee reports. 11.2.1 is communities and health services summary of June 2nd, and there were no recommendations coming from that. 11.2.2 is administration and finance committee. That was June 2nd. And there is a summary from that meeting from finance and admin, and it's items 1 through 5. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Are there any questions or discussions? Then I would ask you to cast your ballots, please.
I'm in favor.
In favor, Chair.
Colleagues, that is carried. The next item, 11.2.3, is Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee from June 2nd. I would need a mover and a seconder for these recommendations. Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor James. Is there any discussion? Please use your e-scribe to vote.
In favor.
Also in favor.
Thank you. Colleagues, that is carried. The next is to approve the closed council summary from earlier this evening, and it is the membership for the Heritage Foundation. So that is moved by Councillor Wolf and seconded by Councillor Salonen. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
In favor, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, that is carried. There is no Board of Health update this evening. There is, however, another motion, 12.1, and it is Council's endorsement for AMO Board of Directors election. Councillor Gowing is interested in having a motion for him to go forward. Councillor Gowing, would you like to speak to this?
So I think it needs to be moved and seconded by other members first.
Do you want to tell us why you want to join? Okay, so it's going to be moved by Councillors James and Wolf. Okay. Councillor Gowing, now convince us why you need this.
Sounds good. I want to represent the Waterloo region on the AMO board because our region is dealing with some major pressures municipalities across Ontario are facing: growth, housing, infrastructure, water capacity, affordability, homelessness, and sustainable funding. I would bring our local perspective to the table and make sure Waterloo Region's voice is part of the provincial conversation. I would also bring information back to this council so that we can better connected to what other municipalities are doing and where opportunities exist for advocacy, partnerships, and funding. For me, this is about making sure Waterloo Region is not just responding to change, but also helping shape the municipal agenda in Ontario. And I appreciate if you can support me in this.
So it's been moved and seconded, and this is a requirement of AMO before Councillor Gowing can put his name forward for an election. So please use your e-scribe to vote. Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Gowing, what's your prior experience or involvement with AMO to this point?
With AMO, I don't have any prior experience. However, I have attended some other Roma and things like that. So I do have experience in going to conventions. I was also a trustee for the school board, so I do have experience with sitting on provincial boards with that as well.
My thought is that I know you had very enthusiastic involvement with FCM recently, and we don't have representation on that board to the best of my knowledge, but we do already have 3 AMO members that are part of this council. So it seems like a lot to me, but I do know that you want to get involved, and I do appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Salonen, is that
Thank you.
to speak? Okay.
Wanted to quickly respond to Chantel's comment, reminding her that we have to seek re-election as nominations are open for almost all of the seats. Chair, I'm not certain if your seat's slightly different with your association on it, but I know myself and Councillor McCabe both have to seek re-election as well. So although right now we have a really great representation in the region, that's not necessarily guaranteed to be static, and I certainly wouldn't want to get in the way of Councillor Gowing wanting to run and him potentially being on there just because others are also running. We're running for all different seats as well, to be clear.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Yes, I find that Councillor Gowing, you owe me $5, but Councillor Gowing is very reputable, as we've all come to learn over his term here. He stands up, he speaks up, he listens. I would think he would be a wonderful example on the AMO board.
Councillor Ravanovich.
Thank you. It doesn't matter to me what experience you have on AMO, because you will bring a voice to AMO as someone who's been involved both with AMO and FCM for, I think, FCM now for 26 years. I know the value that it has for our community, and the voice that you would bring to the for the region would be helpful. So good luck on at the election.
So colleagues, it's been moved and seconded. I would ask you to please use e-scribe to vote.
I'm in favor, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, that is carried. Good luck, Councillor Gowing. AMO is a very, very interesting organization. It's very effective. So the next agenda item is street design guidelines, council approval of the report. We already had a delegation speaking to this, which was really nice to hear that they were supportive. Do we have a mover and a seconder? And then we'll ask Commissioner. Oh, you got a question?
But I'll move it as well.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Hunick, a seconder by Councillor Wolf. Commissioner Getsky, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair. So just a very brief introduction. Thank you to Council for the feedback that was provided at committee a couple of weeks ago and referred back to staff. I think both the emphasis on the context specificity of the design that was that's something that I think was already repeated throughout the document, but emphasizing it is important, and for clarifying some of the some distinctions, especially in townships for township roles and some specific functions of regional roads in the townships, and providing us with that feedback. So as a result, the guidelines that are appended to this evening's version of the document are included a couple of changes to respond to that feedback. We clarified rural and urban categories in the defining typology section. We adjusted the priority of laybys, that includes parking, within the rural Main Street to be in the should category. And we also clarified that parking was one of the functions of laybys alongside deliveries, and that was added to the glossary for additional clarity. So thanks for that feedback, and I hope that with these changes, we'll put this in your hands, Council. Thank you.
So Councillor Shantz, you have a question?
No, sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Shantz, it got in first. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. I do have a question. My concern last time was related to paved and gravel shoulders on rural roads. And a number of the pictures and illustrations and even descriptions show a partially paved and partially graveled road. That doesn't work for horse and buggies. So I'm going to say it again, and I'd like to have it in there because I won't be here the next time something comes around, and it's really important. Even when I was here and pointed it out, this region created roads that had half pavement and half gravel, and it just doesn't work for a horse to be half on pavement, half on gravel. And the width of the buggies doesn't allow for it to do one or the other. So what happens is they end up half on the road and half on the shoulder, and it's very dangerous. So I would like to see that corrected.
Councillor Getsky?
If I can just add a little bit of comment. I know that there were, and the team has had multiple consultations with the Mennonite community on this, and we appreciate that guidelines aren't perfect, and we're trying to find a bit of a balance between different types of uses. We know that if we have a full gravel shoulder, it will not satisfy cyclists, including Mennonites who are cyclists, and we've heard that from the community. If we have a full asphalt shoulder, then that creates that perception of an ultra-wide road that increases speeds kind of nearly mechanically. And so I know that in consultation with a number of Mennonite representatives that we understand it's not perfect, but I think it was a bit of a compromise that was found, again, in unconstrained environments that everyone could live with, and that was the feedback that we had received from the community.
So,
Councillor Schatz?
if I can just follow up to that, what I see as a driver, so I drive a car, I'm not a cyclist. I don't have a horse and a buggy to ride. What I see is you're trying to keep space for the horse and buggies to be safe. They are half on the road, a little bit on the shoulder, going down the road. Cars come up behind them. They will try to pull over. Cars try to pass. If we could keep them on the shoulder, which is what I see when there's a full gravel shoulder or a full paved shoulder, it will be safer for everyone.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in favor of the street design guidelines, except that I would like it to be noted that members of GRAC, as well as members of the visually impaired community, such as myself, have indicated that there's an issue with the many tactile guidance strips at many intersections throughout our region, both rural and urban, that they're actually guiding folks with visual impairment into the middle of the intersection rather than just on the walkways of the crosswalk. Therefore, I'm asking if it would be appropriate to note it in the street design guidelines, or is there somewhere else that the tactile guidance domes should only line up with the crosswalk walking lane, not the bike lane, and not the middle of the intersection? Do you understand what I mean? And can you help me?
Commissioner Getsky?
Yes, through you, Chair, we understand that. I know we've had some challenges with some of the cross rides. And these are conversations that we're having also with the province and provincial standards for cross rides, which define where how to spread out at an intersection the cyclists and how to differentiate the cycling area versus the pedestrian area. So we know today the standards don't completely meet. I don't think this is a matter for the street design guidelines, but we're aware of that, and I know we're in conversation to be able to modify these standards to make things a little bit more naturally flowing for all users, including in particular visually impaired users who might end up in the wrong part of the cross ride.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, Commissioner Getsky, is this something that might be worth lobbying at AMO or FCM to get the standards more unified?
We can take it back. I know there's conversations at a technical level because these are very detailed standards, but yeah, I can bring that back to the team and we can find what is the best avenue to talk about these things.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. One, I just want to say again a really big thank you to staff for continuing to incorporate the comments and recommendations from committee. I really do appreciate it. I did send around to clerks and to council an amendment that I would like to propose, and this is just simply to complement the work that actually Commissioner Getsky spoke to in terms of really throughout the document further identifying the diversity and range of roads in our regional transportation network. So I'm looking not to change the document, but I just want to add in a fifth principle under the guiding principles. And it's really just to highlight that we do have a diverse road network. And I want that in the guiding principles part of the document, because that is really, in my opinion, what drives the core around how we design, do street design. And so although it is reflected throughout the document, I think it's appropriate to also have it in the guiding principles. I'm happy to read it if anybody needs it read. Otherwise, I'm happy to move it, and Councillor Foxton is seconding.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded, and yes, Councillor Saladin, because we just got this and not all of us had had a chance to read it, you could read it.
Okay, thanks. So the proposed amendment is that Appendix B to the report Street Design Guidelines be amended by adding the following as a fifth principle in Chapter 1 under Guiding Principles. So it's titled 5, Reflect the Region's Urban, Rural, Agricultural, and Township Contexts. The regional road network serves a diverse range of urban, suburban, settlement area, rural, agricultural, employment, and natural contexts. Street design should respond to the primary functions surrounding land use, operating conditions, maintenance requirements, drainage needs, goods movement, agricultural operations, emergency access, and local community character of each corridor. While safety, accessibility, active transportation, transit, supportive design, and green infrastructure remain important objectives, the appropriate design solution will vary by context. Distinct parts of the regional network, including rural roads, agricultural corridors, township main streets, industrial corridors, and commercial main streets, should be designed in keeping with their respective contexts and local needs, while supporting the safe and efficient movement of people and goods, as well as appropriate access to adjacent businesses, services, and community destinations. That's the wording that I'm proposing, and then I have just a secondary part, and that staff be authorized to make any necessary page formatting, numbering, or consequential wording updates to accommodate this additional principle. So I'd be looking for your support.
Okay, the motion has been amended. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor James, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I want to speak to the main report.
Okay, then I'll hold you in abeyance. Is there anyone that wants to speak to the amendment? Commissioner Getsky, I don't know if you saw this previously. Do you have any comments or input you'd like to share with council?
Chair, I do just have a question, and I've noticed this has happened regularly. When we propose amendments to motions that are already in the hands of council, unless a technical question is asked of staff, I thought it was for debate of council.
Do you know what, Councillor Salonen? I think you are right, but I would have to tell you, when this arrived in the middle of closed and we were already meeting, I think it's fair to ask. So if in the future, maybe I will go to staff before I have it moved and seconded, but I do think that it's fair to offer any input that staff might have on this. I had not seen it till right now, and it's hard to make informed decisions on the spur of the moment. On the face of this, it doesn't look like anything I would not support, but I would be interested to hear from staff if they have any input. And I would tell you that it is a function of the fact that when we make decisions, that policy goes forward, and it's, I think, good form to get input from staff. So I'm going to stand by my decision. Commissioner Getsky, do you have any comments on this?
Through you, Chair, I don't have any comments on this. I think it helps to clarify the context-sensitive nature of the work that we do applying the guidelines. So no, I think that's a helpful. That is a helpful, and it's very aligned with the existing document, but it adds additional clarification.
So, Councillor James, you did not want to speak to the amendment? Okay. Councillor Foxton, you're off. Okay. So nobody is speaking to the amendment. It's been moved and seconded. Please use e-scribe to vote.
Chair, I did have my hand up again just to make a comment as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Salonen.
And I do want it to be clear, staff were aware of my proposal last week. Staff actually reached out for clarification on this, so they had seen what I was looking to bring forward. So just wanted that clarity on the table.
That's great clarification. I was not privy to that, so I was working on the fact that other people were seeing it when I was. That is carried. Councillor James, do you want to speak to the amended motion now?
To the entire, I just have a question for staff regarding the street design guidelines. And it is around pedestrian scrambles. Like, is that, I don't recall seeing anything in there, but I'm just thinking if that was discussed at all in the planning of this. In particular, I'm thinking of like by University and King and where we're at with something like that, if staff are here want to just respond to that.
Thank you. Oh, through you, Chair, I'll call on a friend for this. I know there's a few things because Cycle WR talked about Dutch-style roundabouts. So there's also parts where the guidelines are in evolution compared to the existing ones, but not necessarily reflecting all of the existing models. But I'll pass it to Jeff for any clarification on the specific question.
Okay, great. Through the chair, if reading the guidelines, you'll note that the guidance on intersections is fairly brief, whereas the guidance on what I would call mid-block sections is quite extensive. And the rationale for that is that we are looking for context-sensitive guidance on constructing corridors. Intersections are important parts of those corridors, and then as we go and build the corridor out between intersections and including intersections, there are a lot of unique aspects to every single project that we have to take into account and constraints and so on. So trying to provide general guidance for intersections proved to be extremely challenging in a sort of a concise manner that would be easy to apply. So the guidelines took an approach to not overly prescribe intersection design. We are continuing to look at things like that. As an example, the delegation spoke to Dutch-style radial roundabout design, I'll just mention. So we are continuing to look at that, but we didn't bring that guidance into this version of the guidelines. With respect to your specific question, we did not look significantly at intersection scrambles because they are more of a functional operation, signal timing kind of aspect to the intersection, and they don't really have as significant of an effect on the geometric design of the intersection elements like the curb radii, the lane widths, etc. So that is certainly a way, that's another way that we can operate an intersection. I think in past practice, the region hasn't found an acceptable location where staff felt that a scramble would be an appropriate treatment, but that can always be considered going forward for locations.
Okay, thank you. I'm in particular conscious around that University and King where you've got transit stops, high student pedestrian crossing, not to say to do it, but I'm mindful as we evolve and as we grow in density. So, but thank you for that as something to keep track of as we develop and grow with this plan. Thank you.
Is there any other further questions or discussion? So we now have an amended motion before us. It's been moved and seconded. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
I'm in favor, Chair.
Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is supporting information from June 3rd, 2026 council resolutions. I'm going to call on Darshpreet Badi, CAO, to introduce his report. Following that, we'll have a presentation by Pam Law, Director of Water Capacity Projects.
Thank you, Chair. Before staff speak to the different motions and provide more details in terms of the work that's been done, I've been listening to the community and the industry experts, and I just wanted to emphasize that staff do recognize the importance of this issue. The weight that is placed on council and community is understood by staff, so just want to give you that confidence that this is not something where it's a checkbox exercise for staff. They actually listen to every comment that's been shared with them, and we do our best to make sure that we're moving forward in addressing them to the best of our abilities. Over the last few months, as we've been progressing to formulate a plan, there's been a deliberate effort by staff to make sure that, one, we're working with area municipalities, our industry experts, development community, but more importantly, listening. There have been a lot of different opinions and thoughts that have been shared in terms of how we could move forward. We have actually taken into account a lot of them with the single objective, which is to move forward quickly, but at the same time making sure that the system is safe and sustainable. Having worked with them over the last 2 months, I can give everyone the assurance that we are moving forward with urgency. Sometimes it may feel like we're not doing enough, but there's a lot of parallel work that's happening here. There's a capital stream that's underway. There are policy decisions that are being made. There are many agreements that are being formulated. We're negotiating with the province, and we're currently looking at many new ways of how we could bring additional capacity. So just wanted to give you some confidence that it's not something that's an oversight for us. We're actually putting all of our resources and efforts behind it. More importantly, what I would say is that the roadmap that this risk-based framework offers is not only viable and actionable, but is probably the most practical and efficient way for us to move forward. I recognize there's still steps that we need to take with area municipalities and the development community to make sure that the agreements make sense. But just wanted to give you that comfort that the framework that's been proposed is the most flexible and is the most timely that could be offered at this point. And from my lens, having observed where we were 6 months ago and where the team is today, I have all the confidence in them in making sure that we deliver on this mandate. Yes, there's a time gap, and I recognize it, but within the coming weeks and months, we'll be in a different position than where we are today, and that may not be sufficient for some, but it is a huge leap of faith that the community's taken with us, and it's a huge effort from the team to making sure that we come out of this with a solution that works and is sustainable over the long term. So with that, I'll transfer it back to Director Law to walk us through some of the details addressing the motions that were raised in the previous council session.
Thank you very much. If we could go to the next slide. And I want to thank the Chair and Council for allowing us to come back and bring you some additional information on the interim risk management framework. We want to start by thanking all the experts that contributed in many ways to the inputs that were critical to the development of this framework. It was the work of many. With all the inputs that went into the framework, though, we recognize it was a lot of information provided to all of you, and some of this information was quite complex. So we heard the feedback, and we're here to provide some additional details and clarity that we hope will assist Council in the discussions specifically around operational resiliency tonight. Next slide, please. I want to start with an explanation on what resiliency target is and why it's a critical component of our risk management framework. When facilities are taken offline, whether this is planned or not planned, that water is no longer available to meet demands. So we need to ensure that we're prepared to have capacity available to go offline and still continue to meet our community demands. This required capacity is represented by the operational resiliency target. We heard and we agree that now is not the time to implement a 20% set resiliency target. Instead, as directed by Council, we developed a risk-based approach, which allows which ensures that we have water available for emergencies and planned critical projects, but also that we can have development proceed forward as soon as possible. And as critical projects will vary over time, so does our resiliency target. So by deferring planned projects until after Mannheim Sidestream is fully online, this allows capacity to be released earlier, with the 20 liters per second being available for allocation in September of this year. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates the state of our current system with respect to the operational resiliency target. So just to give you a visual of what this operational resiliency target really means. If all the components of our system were fully operational, we would have a capacity of just over 1,500 liters per second. But I think as everyone is aware, our Greenbrook plant is offline, and this represents a reduction in about 80 liters per second of available water. We also need to protect capacity for unplanned events. This is represented in this graphic as the 102 liters per second. While the system has been in a deficit, the region has not been able to proceed forward with approvals that would add demand onto the system. The 15 liters per second that Council approved last Council meeting brought us out of this deficit, meaning that any new water can now be allocated to development. Next slide, please. As everyone is aware, we have a very complex system that is made up of many different assets. And as much as we perform planned maintenance, rehabilitation, and repairs, infrastructure failures still occur. And this happens with any water system. Over the last 2 years, the region has experienced and managed 22 unplanned events. And actually in December of last year, 138 liters per second was offline for emergencies. In the most recent 12 months of data, 7 of those months had more than 102 liters offline unexpectedly. So I want to share with Council that 102 liters per second does not necessarily represent a catastrophic failure. It can represent a combination of a well pump failure, a well being taken offline due to a nearby spill, and a UV failure. And with so many parts in our complex system, these are the types of situations that our operations teams navigate on a regular basis. The interim risk management framework process factored in all of this information and identified the lowest possible amount of water needed for these unplanned events. 102 liters per second represents operational risk that the region is taking on to allow development to proceed forward faster. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the intent of operational resiliency is to ensure that there's always enough water available to meet our community's needs. The diagrams at the bottom represent our reservoirs. Reservoirs are an important part of the system as they allow us to meet fluctuating demands while also ensuring that we have enough water available for emergencies. So in this diagram, you can see the green section, which is where we want to be operating under normal conditions. The yellow section in the middle represents when the system is under stress, meaning that the water going into our reservoirs is not enough to meet the demands of the water leaving the reservoirs. So our operations team has actually been in this stress situation more than once over the last few years. So they responded by peaking wells that weren't intended to be peaked. Maintenance that required water offline was stopped. They engaged with the area municipalities to stop flushing and to stop any outdoor water use. The region and area municipalities operations team worked to ensure that the community was not impacted. So while this has happened, it is not a risk we can take on willingly, in addition to other risks that we are taking on. Next slide, please. The resolution from the June 3rd Council meeting was to consider adopting a 10% resiliency target. This figure shows where the resiliency percentage would be with the interim risk management framework, which is what you'll see in the line here, compared to a fixed 10%. When the line is above the 10%, as shown in red, it indicates that that 10% resiliency would not be sufficient for what is planned in terms of systems being taken offline for critical repairs. When the line is green, it shows it's below the 10%. So you can see over the 5-year forecast, the figure shows that the majority of the time, the operational resiliency is above this 10%. By setting a 10% resiliency target, this would not allow the risk management to proceed as planned. If we were to modify the operational resiliency target, we would need to do a new risk assessment to ensure that we have a plan to identify and manage risks. This is a key component of maintaining our system and allowing us to allocate new capacity for development. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Batty had indicated, we really recognize the significant pressures associated with the ongoing constraint. So as directed by Council, this risk management framework was developed with the goal of making capacity available for allocation as soon as possible, while still ensuring that there's enough water to serve our community. This framework provides us with the fastest way to safely achieve this goal. Next slide, please. With the framework being endorsed by Council, this allows staff to focus on looking at additional opportunities that will allow us to bring capacity online sooner. We are working with the province to identify how we can expedite scheduled planned projects. We're also looking at alternate approaches for some of these projects. A new approach for the Parkway well system could bring water online 2 years earlier than originally projected. So that would be in 2027 instead of 2029. We recognized also that there might be an opportunity to optimize our existing wells. To be able to confirm this, the region leveraged an ongoing assignment with Aqua Insights to focus on well optimization. We're waiting on the final results of the study, which we're anticipating to get in the next few weeks. The preliminary findings are showing that 5 to 10 liters per second of new water would be available this summer. As additional capacity is identified, like the capacity from the optimized wells or opportunities for expediting projects are confirmed, this information will be added to the risk management framework, which will support the allocation for new development. Next slide, please. I think has been mentioned a number of times tonight, the interim risk management framework is foundational. So it allows us to build upon it to support other processes and policies. So we've seen this through the allocation policy that was approved by the region in May, and it will also provide us with the confidence in the information that will be needed to support the forward-looking service agreements that you will hear about later tonight. The framework provides us with the solution to work together to continue to move things forward while continuing to safeguard our system. Next slide. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, CAO Batty and Pam, for providing that information. I find it really encouraging. I know this has been a long journey. Councillor Bravanovich, you have a question?
Well, thank you. Not so much a question as the intention to bring a motion in this report. And if I just may very briefly, Madam Chair, in speaking with the clerk, I was asking how we deal with these 3 reports and also the 2 recommendations or motions that I've circulated to council. And the clerk has suggested that the motion 1 that I submitted would in fact be dealt with under this item. Item 12.4 would stand alone unless anyone makes any amendments to reflect the input from the delegations. And then 12.5 would be where we deal with the second motion, but that would either require the deferred motion to be withdrawn, and it was originally moved, I believe, by Councillor Salonen and second, I think, by Councillor Rodriguez, or it would require it to be defeated first, and then we can deal with that second motion as well as the piece that's in 12.5 around draft approved plans, and the clerk has suggested that we deal with those 2 separately under 12.5. So I just wanted to flag that at this point, and at the appropriate time would be prepared to move the first motion.
So I'm in council's hands. Are people amenable to move forward with that, or do we want to have a discussion first and then move in that direction? Again, these 2 motions were dropped in at 4:45 today, and I appreciate there's a lot of work going behind them, but it doesn't give us a lot of time to sort of digest them. So Councillor Vanovich, I think it's great that you've worked with clerk and with Mr. Batty and with staff. So if we were to go with your suggestion, 12.3.1, are you suggesting we replace that with your new motion?
Well, I think the clerk has suggested that it's under 12.3 where we would deal with that first motion.
Which is 12.3.1, right?
Yeah, the clerk
related direction. Yes. I'm going from my script here.
Chair Redmond.
I'm just relying on the clerk for advice in this instance.
Councillor Hunick?
I'm just going to need it read or an explanation as to how it differs from the staff recommendation.
So if everybody's amenable, I'm going to turn to the clerk to give us direction, and I will make sure that I read it all, Councillor Hunick.
Yeah, so through you, Chair. So Councillor Verbanovic has provided us with 2 motions. The first one, we believe, does replace what was deferred, sort of deferred. It wasn't really deferred. It was that the Region Waterloo consider the following options at this council meeting. That's what's listed under 12.3.1. The staff report that provides that information is 12.3. So effectively, they're the same. I believe the vote is listed under 12.3. Yeah, so if the wish of council is to approve Councillor Ivanovich's motion, then the 12.3.1, what's listed there would not be in order anymore, and you could move on to 12.4.
Do we have to retract it, or?
No, it hasn't been moved. It was a
Okay.
motion that came, staff have provided the information that was requesting, and so it would be an opportunity to consider the 10% resiliency target, but Councillor Urbanovich's motion does address that instead, and so I think council would just move on from that as no longer.
So can we put up the first motion, the replacement
And it's
motion?
being moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Harris.
Okay. So I need it on a screen here if I'm going to read it. So what is before us, this has been moved by Councillor Bravanovich and seconded by Councillor Harris, whereas through ongoing work and updates to the water supply strategy, Regional Council have identified a water capacity constraint within the Mannheim service area, which supplies water to Kitchener, Waterloo, and parts of Cambridge, Woolwich, and Wilmot. As a result, the region of Waterloo has been unable to enter into any new servicing agreements or support the approval of development applications within the service area until such time that sufficient capacity becomes available. Whereas the region continues to work closely with the municipal partners on moving short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions forward as expeditiously as possible. Whereas the Regional Council approved a water capacity allocation policy on May 6, 2026 for the Mannheim service area, which determines how available water will be allocated once it becomes available. Whereas the Regional Council approved the interim risk management framework on June 3rd, 2026, which assesses how stage development could proceed under certain risk-based conditions in the Mannheim service area. I love whereases. Whereas the approved interim risk management framework outlined estimated water allocations to be provided to area municipalities by the region on a quarterly basis, and where it is anticipated that the growth would be supported by the end of September 2026. Whereas June 3rd, 2026, the Regional Council approved an additional allocation of 15 liters per second from Wilmot Centre on an interim basis. Therefore, be it resolved that on July 1st, 2026, 20 liters per second be assigned to area municipalities in alignment with council-approved allocation policy and the IRMF to be available for use no earlier than September 30th, 2026. And further be it resolved that further water allocations be assigned to the area municipalities by the region prior to or on the first day of the applicable quarter beginning October 1st, 2026 for water to be available for use not sooner than the last day of the applicable quarter. So, Councillor Hunick, that is what it says. And I just want to go on record as saying I really hate whereases. Councillor Vanovich.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And if I can briefly speak to these, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. And I will say the following. Both of these motions have really been the result of a lot of dialogue and work with folks that have been involved throughout the water issue. And when I say that, I mean folks from area municipalities, folks from here at the region, from people in the sector who are involved and impacted, and colleagues around this horseshoe. And the goal here really is to try to move forward with what all of us have been speaking about for some time, but do it in a thoughtful way. And in terms of these motions, I will say, you know, when we think back to the pandemic, there was something that we learned, and I'm going to quote Voltaire here for a second, and it was "Le mieux est l'ennemi du bien," or "perfect is the enemy of good." And I say that because, you know, we know that in looking at these issues, this council, the staff here at the region, those in industry, everyone is really committed, I believe, into a number of things. Continuing to meet the need of the existing community in a safe and responsible way, considering the impact on investments and jobs of this water issue, and considering the impact on housing, both in terms of affordability and the needs of any people who come to our community. And we can't do that also on our own without considering how all of this also is impacted by current federal and provincial programs that, you know, new homeowners may potentially benefit from as well, the impact on people who are working in skilled trades, and as we heard tonight, things like long-term reputational impact and so on. So both of these motions are really trying to make sure we move forward, but do it in a thoughtful, responsible way. This first motion, and both of them in terms of the numbers that are articulated in the motions, take numbers that are specifically pulled out of staff reports that council has already approved. And so this motion gives direction that that first 20 liters per second, subject to the IRMF, would be allocated as of July 1st, but not to be drawn until September 30th. So that allows, if the forward-facing agreements are approved as part of Motion 2, allows projects to actually start moving forward, recognizing they're not going to pull water until September. And the second part indicates that that same approach is going to be used with further quarters where additional water supply is made available. So it's really articulating in a way that everyone seems to understand how this will move forward. And as we see once we get into Motion 2, there are some caveats there. For example, if for some reason something dramatic happens around some of the projects that staff are contemplating, if a force majeure occurs, like an explosion at Greenbrook, like has happened before, and those kinds of things.
I appreciate that we don't have Motion 2 on the floor as yet. I will go to Councillor Harris as a seconder, but colleagues, I do want to caution, this almost feels like gallery and audience abuse here. These people have sat here all night. We're at 10:30. We're going to need a motion to extend if we're going to get past 11 o'clock. Lots of speakers. This is a very important issue. I know everybody in the gallery is very seized with this. So if we can make new comments, that would be really good. And, you know, I hope we get through the agenda. I think it's very important. And don't forget, we have to pass the bylaws, so nobody go anywhere. So Councillor Harris, I will go with you, and then I will go to the other 6 speakers on the list.
Sure. Well, then I'll be brief in light of the fact that we're running here at 10:30, and we'll want to continue and get a lot of these things actually completed tonight. I'll just echo, and I fully support Councillor Verbanovic's motion here. We need to provide clarity to the community, both economically. We appreciate the work that staff have done. I will tell you that since council has been tasked with this issue, we have not said no to any net new investment, any temporary solution that I believe we've got rolling out. We've made these investments. We see capacity on the horizon, and we now need to ensure that our economy continues to move forward. And this level of certainty by doing this now, in terms of allocating the 20 liters per second, not before September, the end of September, but to allow these forward-facing agreements to be worked on with developers. As you heard tonight, many of them have said they won't actually tap into the system for months to come, but to take advantage of some of those provincial and federal programs. Not too long ago, we literally were in a housing crisis. We need to do this to ensure that our economy keeps going while preserving, the thresholds within our system. And I believe that this motion does just that. So there you go.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just curious I just don't want to miss the discussion around the piece that around transferring water capacity. Is that captured in this motion, or is that a separate discussion?
Pam, that's the second motion. So Councillor Ivanovich was
Yes,
speaking
okay.
to it, but it's not been moved as yet. But we'll come back to you for that one, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Before I vote on this motion, I need to know that the water engineers and the rest of our water staff are, how comfortable are you? Is this in line with the Safe Drinking Water Act? Are there risks that we need to be aware of?
Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we have had a chance to review the motion put on the floor and have no objections at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Through you, Chair, I think my question was along the same lines with Councillor Hunick. Just wondering, how does this fit within the interim risk management framework?
Through the chair, the interim risk management framework will still be in place to have that final confirmation of when capacity will be available and what quantities it will be available. The terms and conditions associated with the allocation of the water will be through the administration allocation policy. And that is something that my colleagues in GDS are putting in place. So we'll ensure that agreement between the municipalities in the region have that connection between the IRMF and the allocation policy and the motion on the floor.
Councillor Wolf.
Councillor Hunick asked my question. Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Me too. That's the question.
So
we're just going to say thanks to our colleague, Councillor Brandovich, for bringing this forward. I think it's a good way to move forward and create some certainty in the development sector, and also still maintain the interim risk management framework that so is crucial to it.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, one of the comments from the presenters tonight spoke to clarity. And I just think it's important for everyone here and watching at home, and even for us and staff, to get clarity around the language specific to the 20 liters to be allocated to our municipal partners at the end of September 2026. There's, there could be some grayness in the fact that in alignment with the council approved allocation policy and the IRMF, I guess my question directly to you is there any grayness that in fact this may not, or could there be a potential that this may not happen based on the framework that we've provided? Or do you take this as clear direction that 20 liters per second will be allotted come July, but not able to be tapped into until the end of September?
Through you, the chair, my understanding of the motion on the floor is that the water would not be used earlier than end of September 30th. We would still need, within the administrative agreement policy, conditions associated with the completion of milestones before the final release of water can be completed. As you know, this is predicating on work that is still to be completed. So that's something that we'll be working with our legal counsel with to ensure, because I think there's some additional wording that would need to be put in place if there is any delays. As we've indicated previously, the interim risk management framework, these are estimates. And so at this point, we are on track to have this water available by end of September of 2026, but we will need to have some additional conditions within our agreement that talk to if the water is not available by that date?
So, because I think the intention here, and maybe Councilor Urbanovic can speak to that, is that the intention of this is that come July 1st, this 20 liters per second will be assigned to area municipalities, and they'll have the ability to then go and work with the development community through these forward-facing agreements to actually, sign something that they can go to market and their financing folks with, knowing that they'll have the ability to connect at least some point after September 29th. That's what the motion I'm approving tonight, or hoping that I approve tonight, happens. If you're saying, we won't know, well, then what's the timing of actually that negotiation happening? Like, is it going to be September 29th, or can it happen prior to that? Because that's what I believe the intention of this motion is signaling.
CO Batty's going to weigh in, Michael.
Okay.
So Councillor Harris, the intent is exactly what you were suggesting. What Director Law was noting is that we're tying a lot of milestones to deliver that. So we have construction underway. If something happens in construction, we're not suggesting that that will happen, but if something does happen, then we would not be able to commit to that 20 liters per second if that happens. But apart from that, everything else is committed. We do intend to move down that path and agree to it and release the 20 liters once they're available. So the language that will be in the agreement is only to protect for those unknowns where it's a genuine unknown for us, where we don't have control. And you cannot bind an organization to that. Even area municipalities would not want to be in that position if they didn't have control over certain aspects of construction.
Well, I guess, I don't know if you want to speak to it any further, but I mean, I think that, maybe I'll let you speak and I'll come back to it, because I think there maybe needs something further added that, council can be updated perhaps on even a weekly or biweekly basis as we track that, because, the timing is crucial here. And I just, we've heard again tonight about the fact that, we've got, we're carrying 102 liters for emergencies. Yes, they may arise. Most would say that there's ample capacity within that 102 liters, and even broadly more in the system, including, registered plan of subdivisions that are actually already approved that are not even nowhere near, construction as of yet, that even aside from any failures or mishaps in construction between now and then, there's actual capacity to allocate a small percentage of our water to continue to keep our economy moving. So I'll let Councillor Urbanovic speak, but we may need to add that further clarity.
So Councillor Harris, Councillor Shantz has been waiting. Do you want to speak on this topic, Councillor Shantz?
I do, but I can defer to Councillor Urbanovic if he wants to carry on from there. It's sort of related, so.
Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what I would say is, and I think Mr. Batty, CAO Batty, articulated this as clearly as he could. I believe the motion speaks to specifics in terms of what the expected goals and objectives are that the industry can count on. That's I think what everyone is looking for. However, I think we also need to recognize there is always that scenario that you can't predict. An explosion at Greenbrook, a Calgary type of situation. And I would anticipate that if anything, if those situations were to happen, staff would very carefully look at what's been committed to. Maybe it may impact future ones, but would not likely take any backtracking on allocations going forward is what my expectation would be. But I think we need to recognize that there is no perfect solution here, and this was my point earlier. If we're looking for the perfect one, we're going to be here for another 6 months. We're already approaching 200 days, I think. I forget who was counting. I think it was Melissa, and she's no longer here. Like, we need to move forward, and so there needs to be a little bit of give on everyone's part. But I think this takes it, and I think with your suggestion of getting regular updates, and I saw Mr. Counselor, you're everything tonight. CAO Batty.
That's not going to make him easier to live with.
Regular updates to council is certainly something that staff could do, and maybe he can comment further on that.
Just to echo that, we already provide a weekly update, and we can bolster that by providing even more construction-related information to council to make sure that they see that we're progressing. You would have seen it today in one of our updates that work on Mannheim is progressing quite well.
And I acknowledge that this motion is meant to bring some predictability and some certainty, and I think that we would all agree that that's what we want. But we've also all acknowledged, as we've navigated this challenge, that it's very iterative. And so I think those regular updates should, I hope, assuage some of the concerns that Councillor Harris is expressing. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'll try to be articulate at this at this late time. So we all want to get the water going, but we're all worried about the risk of not having water, and that's very real and a very true risk. So in asking this question, it's me trying to understand exactly what the risk is and when it is. There are a number of subdivisions that are approved that will not be going through for a year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. Is that part of the current demand?
Director Law?
Yeah, through the chair, we are, as part of the interim risk management framework, compensating for any new demands that are coming into our system prior to allocating additional water for development.
So if I have a subdivision that's been approved and I have an allocation of, I don't know, 20 liters per second, and I'm not going to need to hook up to that until 2028. Is that 20 liters per second included in the current allocation?
Through the chair, thank you for the clarification. I think the situation that you're describing would be covered off of under the forward-looking servicing agreements that my colleagues will be speaking about later tonight.
No, because I've already got the approval.
So you have allocation approval through the area municipality?
Yes.
Through the...
I got approval, I don't know, last fall.
Okay.
Is it included in these numbers?
Through you, the chair, those are in service agreements, and so those aren't counted under the allocation policies until they are officially allocated through the area municipalities through their respective allocation policies.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you just said. If I got approval last September for 20 liters per second, is that included in the current demand?
So Pam, we're going to shunt it over to Rod or to Amanda to answer this.
So
thanks.
Through you, Chair Redmond, my understanding is that if you're in a draft approval, it's not reflected in the current demands. So they're not shown in the calculations.
So they don't show up until I hook up?
That's
correct. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Foxon, who I know is just dying to put a motion on the floor that we extend past 11.
Vote, please. Call the vote.
Call the vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right, the vote's been called. So we have a motion before us. We've discussed it. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And then Councillor Foxon's going to move a motion to extend.
Chair, I'm in favor.
Colleagues, that is carried. Now I need a motion to extend, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Gowing. Do I have unanimous consent? Councillor Craig, you don't know what you're agreeing to. So colleagues, the next. Okay, so we're now on to 12.4, which is a proposed approach to servicing agreement transfer requests within the Mannheim service area, and I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Regier.
Thank you very much, Chair Edmund. Good evening, Council. As you've heard from the development industry, transfers of servicing commitments can advance development in the near term. The report before you lays out conditions where transfers would be applicable, including to align with the water supply capacity available through the allocation program. For instance, where a single developer would like to move existing approved capacity from one part of a plan of subdivision to another to respond to market demand. We see this when a developer that has existing water supply for stacked townhouses, for example, but the market demand is favoring single detached homes, for example, due to the HST incentive being provided by the province. Transfers are a good option here. Based on requests that the region has received to date, this represents approximately 540 units. Regional staff have developed a framework to transfer this existing servicing commitment, which can be found in the report. And here to answer any questions you may have on this policy are Amanda Cutler, Interim Director of Regional Growth, Development and Sustainability, and Alyssa Bridge, Interim Associate Director of Development Services.
Thank you for that. And Councillor McCabe, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I sent some slightly amended wording that I believe clerks have captured. So I don't know if that wants to be displayed on the screen, but I want to try and get some clarity around question around like the specific project that Mr. Chauvin described tonight, where since 2021, August 2021, they have had a registered plan of subdivision in a neighborhood in Waterloo. And their request is to transfer that water to a different subdivision within the same neighborhood and servicing commitments, as Mr. Chauvin said, have already been made. So are you, through what Director Law just said, or I don't know if this is for Rod or Amanda, is that water capacity there or not?
So before we go into there, I just want to make it very clear to everybody that the amendment, the motion is as written. Your amendment is in part 2, and it's that Regional Council directs staff to implement the provisions of the transfer framework with the execution of the new servicing agreements immediately, with the understanding that water supply capacity will be available for allocation as identified in the interim risk management framework. So, Councillor McCabe, you're moving that. Is somebody seconding? That's been seconded by Councillor Harris. So now to staff. And I don't know who wants to. Is that an Amanda question?
Yes, I'll take that one. Through you, Chair Redmond. So the answer is no. Currently, the capacity that was committed previously under the old methodology does not currently exist with the new methodology, which is why with the allocation policy, we proposed reserving some of the capacity once the allocation is available in order to accommodate the registered unbuilt inventory where the region previously committed to water capacity.
Councillor McCabe?
I guess that's the answer. I mean, Fine. No, I guess that's the answer. I don't know. It's just, as you can appreciate, just very frustrating.
Councillor Harris, a seconder, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I mean, I feel Councillor McCabe's frustration that, and I don't need to tell you that the community share these through correspondence to us each day, that literally registered plan of subdivisions that have had allocation already committed. So like literally, if they were to go and start construction, they would have the full legal right to do that and connect. For economic reasons, they're simply asking for a transfer. Physically can't happen because we do not have, that previously committed water, now in a bucket to frankly allocate. And so what I'm hearing is that, that all those approvals that are frankly been approved will come off the first 20 liters. And I mean, it's hard for us to know, how many units translates into liters per second. I don't know if the staff can help us understand. So for 1,000 units, does it translate into 0.01 or 0.1? I mean, can someone help, dumb it down for us in terms of what units equates to liters per second at all?
We like to call that plain language, not dumb it down, and we'll go to Rod.
Through you, Chair Redmond. 1 liter per second has in the Mannheim service area provided water for 350 people. So in terms of units, that would be less units than that, but that gives you the general sense of scale.
Anyways, I mean, I don't know if we have a good handle on it. In fact, all of those permits that have been approved and projects that have been approved, what will actually come off the top first. And, obviously we know that a lot of them, may not go for years, in fact, just because of the economics of it. So yeah, it's unfortunate that this particular transfer would be captured in the net new 20 liters. I'm gonna still support this amendment and we'll see where it goes.
Amanda wants to weigh in again.
Sure. Through you, Chair Redmond. So what we did when we proposed the reserve was we looked at the past 10 years and took an average. So we're not actually reserving capacity for the entire inventory per quarter. We're trying to align the reservation with what we actually expect to come online through building permits within that quarter. So that equates to 2.64 liters. We're able to adjust if there's more or less as the quarters come along, but that's at this point a fixed number depending on what we see the uptake, but certainly not the reservation for the entire inventory.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Yeah, I just want to understand one piece that maybe I'm just not clear on, and I want to be. These are units that already have allocation. So if they do, and we're simply transferring from one to the other, I'm struggling, because if they already have allocation, they essentially have the green light to proceed. So I'm struggling a little bit to understand why we just can't move them, keep them under the old allocation, and proceed with them as if they were the projects that are already approved.
Through you, Chair Redmond, I think the answer to that is that under the new model, which we have adopted, that capacity that had been allocated to those plans of subdivision no longer exists.
So you took that water away?
No, well, I'll perhaps pass it over to my colleagues in Water Services to explain the relationship here.
Amy?
So through the chair, yes, Rod was alluding to the fact that the previous methodology that was being used, as we talked about earlier, was looking at the IUS as a whole. So when that water was committed through the process, it was looking at the IUS as a whole. And so when we did make that method change and split it into the Mannheim service area and the Middleton service area, we found the constraint in the Mannheim service area. So that is why there is that capacity, while on paper, yes, we do have a capacity constraint now, and it does not exist in the system to be able to allocate.
So in other words, the water that was allocated has now been unallocated, and we're trying to reallocate it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm seeing a nodding head.
Okay.
Rod?
That's concerning.
Well, through you, Chair Redmond, that is essentially the nub of the matter. We have a new model for identifying water availability for new development, and the interim risk-based management framework is forecasting the availability of water for development into the future, into the relatively near future. And that framework will determine when and how much water will be made available. And some of that will be reserved, as Ms. Cutler has indicated, for existing registered plans of subdivision to make sure that we can honor those commitments as soon as possible.
And that's been taken out of the region's allocation before what's left is provided to the area municipalities, correct?
Through you, Chair Edmund, that is correct. And then those registered unbuilt units would not need a further allocation from the municipality. That allocation would be dealt with. And then the transfer capacity, or sorry, the reserve capacity would be used to facilitate the transfers.
So the reserve deals with these ones, and the 20 still goes to area municipalities, and they divide it up based on what we've already approved.
Through you, Chair Redmond, once the allocation is available and confirmed, so if it was 20 liters that's available, then that goes through the allocation policy, which starts with removing the 2.64 liters, I believe it was, and then splitting the remainder based on the percentages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment to a motion that's on the floor, and Councilor Rodriguez, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And maybe I'll ask since we've been talking about some specific projects, I'm going to ask a specific question about that project. So to further to this question, if these stack towns they're approved and they wanted to build them tomorrow, they couldn't, they don't have that allocation because they don't have a signed Form 1? Is that the case? Like, I think this collective council's reaction to this was that it's for a development that could have gone ahead now-ish, that they just want to move it to another phase within that project that doesn't have it and transfer that agreement. I think that was at least my understanding when this was brought up 2 weeks ago. And then I guess my second part of the question would be the motion that we just approved from Councillor Verbanovic around this new July 1st date. Does this provide any relief? Like, can these work together where regional staff can work with that 2.64 reserved for registered unbuilt and start working on forward-looking servicing agreements next week or like after July 1st? Like, can they work together? Can these be additive endeavors? I'll leave it there.
So I just want to be correct here. It's not an amended motion. It's just different wording that Councillor McCabe put forward. And Amanda, do you have an answer for that question?
Through you, Chair Redmond. So every site is different, and depending upon what other approvals need to take place, something may or may not proceed to building permit. We're seeing that is the case. And in some cases, there's nothing further at this point that the region can do. This agreement that previously was entered into no longer exists. So what we are talking about today is assigning new rights and permissions to another property that we also know has a market demand to move forward. So the recommendation from staff is that align with the available or the allocation that becomes available. So as soon as that allocation becomes available, the recommendation as worded through staff would be to proceed to sign the transfer agreement, because we do recognize that capacity doesn't actually exist in the system.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. I think there's just maybe a gap there in terms of where some people were understanding this, in terms of something that might have been approved and where there was water in the system. So it's helpful. I understand it better, but I'll leave it there for now, Chair.
So Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. My question about this motion is the same as the previous motion's question. I need to know that the water engineers and the water team are comfortable signing off on the new wording, and if there are any other risks we need to be aware of if this new wording takes hold.
Director Law.
Yeah, through you, the chair, I think we echo our colleagues in GDS that we can't agree of the immediate execution with the servicing agreements because of the allocation policy depending on capacity being available in the system under new methodology that isn't currently there. So we would echo that as it's written. That's not something we'd be able to support.
So just to be clear, you are recommending that this amendment not be approved by council?
So I think it's similar to what Amanda had replied, is that executing immediately the agreements, the service agreements associated with the transfer does not align with our policies.
It's really late. Can you phrase that with less words?
Yeah, so I think we cannot support the amendment as written.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
I just want to make this really clear because I'm not an engineer or anything else. And I'm going to use Activa as an example. So they had an allocation, an agreement for water for a build in a certain building, correct? Is that correct? They had an agreement for an allocation of water for a build, and they could have gone ahead with it because the water was allocated to them, correct?
Through you, Chair Redmond, subject to any other approvals that may need to be issued along the way, and those would be sometimes under the jurisdiction of the municipality.
So you're saying yes?
So in some cases, we have seen that some building permits are proceeding.
So let's take Activa. So they have water allocation for their build, but their build's not the appropriate build for today, and they have another area they want to build. Can that allocation go from one to the other? Because the agreement's there, and you just said, yes, it's there.
The agreement existed at a point in time for that specific development. So there is currently no framework to provide for transfers. And as we've shared today, there's also no actual available water to support that.
But wasn't the agreement for water?
It was, and it was committed at the time based on a supply of water that existed in the system when that commitment was made. So with the change in methodology, there is not a surplus of water
So
to service
when you
that
changed the
development.
methodology, did you let these individuals or businesses know that that was removed?
I'll direct that response to Water Services.
Did
So, Councillor Foxton, is the sticking point, and I guess I'm looking at our water experts here, the immediately, which is the change of wording, and it's not allowing flexibility for that reallocation that is no longer there because our methodology has changed, correct?
I just want to make sure there was clarity to the individuals. If that was me, and I hope I would have been told my allocation was removed. So that's what I want. Were they informed?
So again, I think it's the changing of wording to the immediately, not that this won't happen, and it's never going to happen fast enough because we all wish we weren't here right now.
So Councillor Harris said that it's still allocated to the original, but if they try and build, if they tried to build the original today, they still have the water allocation. Is that correct?
So rather than talk across the horse, so you're looking for clarification from Amanda or Rod,
Yeah.
right?
So
Okay.
is that correct? The allocation still exists for the existing builds?
So through you, Chair Redmond, The agreement expired once the property was registered, but there are existing permissions associated with that property. Depending upon what further approvals are required, that property does have permissions, existing permissions. So it could proceed depending upon what permissions are required and if those permissions could be granted.
So
Most
putting
likely through
aside
the
those
municipality.
permissions, they can build, starting tomorrow, on that property because the water is still allocated to it.
It would depend upon the various approvals that follow. So if there was site plan approval and if the municipality was issuing that and building permits. We've indicated the capacity constraint, but yes, there is a recognition that there had been that commitment throughout and there are permissions.
So the water is there for the build, and they still have to go through the other approvals, but the water's still there for that build.
Technically, the water isn't there. The commitment was made for the water, and that's why we have tried through the allocation policy to make sure that we have that supply of water reserved for properties that we previously provided a legal commitment to water.
So the water's not there then.
That's correct.
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, Councillor Gowing.
I don't know if that's clear as water or mud. Okay, so, and again, I'm trying not to come at this with the same question. However, what I'm hearing is the water is not there, but if they do decide to go ahead with this build, we can't stop it? Am I wrong on that?
Councillor, we would stop it because we have identified a constraint and publicly we've been discussing how we don't have the capacity. So yes, on paper, there's something committed, but physically there's nothing that we could offer to them. And that creates a risk for us, yes, but we would not be able to, just say yes, move forward when we know we don't have the capacity. So that's what the team has been saying, that at that moment, when that original decision was made, we were working under different assumptions of what's available. But when the constraint was identified, we brought everything to a halt to suggest that we need to assess this first and have a framework in place in terms of how can we move things forward. So it's not mud. It is clear that yes, it was committed, but then we identified a gap, and now we have created a framework to allow for us to move forward on those commitments.
So, okay, I won't say it's mud, I'll say it's murky. But I'm along the same lines as Councillor Foxton. It is, if it was me, I would want to know this ahead of time, and frankly, I would be pissed.
So Councillor, that's the whole idea of having the public debate on, when we identified the constraint, that this is an issue and you publicly had a discussion on it and you directed staff to move forward with looking at how can we address this in a timely fashion. So I wouldn't say that it was held back from the development community. It was publicly discussed. Perhaps individually one-on-one discussions did not happen. I wasn't there, so I can't speak to that. But it was publicly debated that we actually have an issue and we now need to address it.
I get it, we publicly have spoken about this, but I don't know, like, if we've already approved things, I'm having a hard time with it.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I too was under the understanding that if it was approved, that we had available water to let it go forward. So my question is, those outstanding approvals, how many liters per second do we need for that? And I think I've seen a graph I've been going through trying to figure out where I saw it. Well, is it the 2.64? Does that cover all our commitments, or is that just the amount that you're going to allocate in the first tranche? Do we have that number? If everybody went ahead today that has approvals? How
I-
much?
I think
water do we
Rod's
need?
going to weigh in.
The 2.64 is what we have seen historically required to meet our registered plans of subdivision commitments on a quarterly basis in the past number of years. So it's an average, and it's a good estimate, and it'll be something that we will adjust as we see development proceeding over the next little while.
So on the graphs with the reserves, where there's a reserve at the bottom and then there's a resiliency, what does that reserve, just, and I know you've told us before, but I don't live and breathe it like you do. Does that reserve that you show in those graphs cover our commitments?
Go ahead, Pam.
Through you, the chair. Councillor Shantz, are you referring to the graphs that we shared tonight and that had been shared through the interim risk management framework?
I think so. The one I'm thinking of had a dark blue section at the bottom, and then you had some lighter blue above.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I think there's some confusion around the operational resiliency, which is the capacity that we're protecting for our operational needs, which is those unplanned events, those emergencies, as well as the critical repairs. The reserve capacity that my colleagues are speaking about is through the allocation policy. That's not referenced, that reserve amount through the interim risk management framework. That is through the allocation policy.
So what is contained in that category of reserved allocation policy? So not resiliency, but the reserve. I think that's sort of the nub of the question. Would something like the delegation tonight talking about transferring capacity, which we know is no longer there because of our constraint, would it be covered off in that reserve?
Through you, Chair Redmond, yes, the intention is to accommodate transfers through that reserve capacity. And that's accommodated because we are, through the transfer framework as described in the report, we would be requesting that a holding provision or some other type of mechanism be put on the, we'll call it the donor properties, such that the two properties don't proceed. So it's essentially a swap and the overall, yeah.
Is that helpful, Councillor Shantz? I live to serve. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks. So just to, maybe this will help people out. So the property in question has site plan approval. That's already in place, which means that they can get a building permit. Activa's property in question needs 1.6 liters per second. And we also know that staff tonight have said that there's been, in the next couple of weeks, that there's 5 to 10 liters per second that have been found, so to speak. So again, I guess I'm just wondering why this would take until September if we're saying that, you know, we're like staff are saying that there's been 5 to 10 liters found. That's over and above what's needed for emergencies. And just on the motion, the only change to the motion was that it says with the understanding that water will be available. So I don't understand why that would be, something that we couldn't support. It's with the understanding that water will be available. So I don't know if that helps, but I do want to make it clear that the Activa property has site plan approval in place, which means they can get a building permit. So I don't know if that changes your answers, Rod or Amanda. But I guess at the end of the day, it's 11:30 at night, and it sounds like when this 5 to 10 liters per second is confirmed, which hopefully will be in the next couple of weeks, Activa's water capacity can be provided. And that's why the motion has been, I'm asking to have it slightly amended to say, like, to move this forward more quickly when the water is available. And staff are saying that the water should be available in the next couple of weeks. So to give them that now, that short-term comfort versus September. And I guess the other question I have is, how many other projects are there like that are in this situation? Do we know, or is this like a one-off? Because if it's a one-off, we're talking 1.6 liters.
Rod's prepared to answer. Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, and through you, Chair Rebin, my own view is that the motion doesn't materially, or the amendment to the motion, the changes that you've introduced doesn't materially change the meaning of the original motion. To your second question, but I know that we haven't had a chance to talk about this because it came in very late. So the answer to your second question is, so as mentioned earlier, there are about 540 units. We think it's about 3 or 4 projects that this transfer mechanism would affect. We do think it adds some value. The companies that are involved in these projects would be able to start the administrative process to allow the transfer to happen, and it would be faster than going through the process of getting a new servicing agreement with a new with completely starting from scratch, essentially. So we do think that there's a benefit. It's not a huge number. This is not the entire development industry that will be affected by this, but it'll help move the dial for about four fairly significant projects. And they could start the administrative work on this right now, like right after council approves this. They could be in conversations with the area municipalities. We could start having conversations with them about the details of the transfer. And then, and then when water is available, then it could be acted on immediately.
Okay, well, as I still have the floor, I'll just say, can I call the question? And I'll ask for people to support this.
You can't because you've already spoken to it, but I'll go to Councillor James.
Through you, Chair, I'll move to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. It's been moved and seconded. I think there's been lots of debate, so I would ask you to use your e-scribe to vote.
Chair, I'm in favor.
This is on calling the question, not on the actual motion.
But we didn't vote before on calling the question. I thought we were voting on the motion.
We're voting on calling the question.
Okay, well, we didn't do that previously.
There were speakers left in the queue when the question was called, Councillor McCabe.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Liggett, if you're online, can you indicate whether you're in favor of calling the question or not? Colleagues, that is carried, so we're now dealing with the motion. It's been moved and seconded. Please use your e-scribe to vote. It's not an amendment because Councillor McCabe, it had not been put, and she changed the wording, so it was not an amendment. It was just different wording. It's not the staff recommendation. It's the motion Councillor McCabe put forward.
And just for clarity, Water staff said this is something they could not support.
Pam?
Through you, the chair, the wording as written in terms of immediately executing the agreement with the understanding that capacity will be available is currently problematic for staff.
So this is a question that's been called.
So we have dueling staff opinions on this.
Chair, I'm in favor.
Colleagues, that is carried. So moving on, we now have the forward-looking service agreement response to Resolution 4. I'm going to ask Rod Regier to introduce this report, and he will have a presentation by Amanda Cutler, Director of Growth, Development, and Sustainable Services, and Alyssa Bridge, Associate Director of Development Services.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond. Alyssa Bridge will be giving our presentation this evening. Our team is here tonight to walk you through our progress on forward-looking servicing agreements, along with transfers of servicing commitment, which have already been discussed tonight. Forward-looking servicing agreements are an important tool in advancing development in the near term. These agreements would, the IRMF enables us to predict how much water will be available and when to facilitate forward-looking servicing agreements. Much discussion has been held with the planning-focused working group and the development industry as late as this afternoon. And of course, we've got lots of feedback this evening on the approach taken. This policy is evolving quickly and will continue to evolve as we get additional input. We're encouraging the development industry to continue to provide input into this, and we'll be bringing it back for council consideration in July. We anticipate that there will be changes to the draft policy that you have tonight, and as I mentioned, we'll bring the final draft back to you on July 8th. And with that, I'll hand it over to Alyssa.
Thank you, Rod, and good evening, Council. Next slide, please. So several initiatives have been underway to support the advancement of development responsibly while we experience the Mannheim service area water capacity constraint. As Rod said, the interim risk management framework enables us to estimate how much water will be available and when, and tools like the transfer of servicing agreements and forward-looking servicing agreements, along with the regional water allocation policy, work together to do this. Next slide, please. Regional staff with significant input from the Planning Focus Working Group have developed a forward-looking servicing agreement. The purpose of this is to enable development to progress where water servicing will not be available for occupancy until a future date. The agreement looks to share risk in a reasonable way across three parties: the region, the area municipality, and the developer. This responds to the fact that while development and construction of a project begins, water capacity for occupancy is not required until some time after. Next slide, please. The draft policy has 4 steps within it. I'll go over these at a high level and then just spend a little bit of time providing some additional detail. So through step 1 relates to the interim risk management framework, and through this step, the region would look at all of the infrastructure projects underway and identify what capacity can be realized in the coming quarters. The second step is a tri-party agreement, and through this agreement, water is reserved for a development based on a future water supply capacity project. Step 3, At this point in time, capacity is confirmed for that development 12 months out from the water infrastructure project being realized. And the final step is a notice that the region would provide to both the area municipality and the developer, committing capacity, meaning occupancy of the building could occur. Next slide, please. So just to go through this in a little bit more detail, step one is to identify the candidate infrastructure projects. So this would be where we would review and identify the water supply capacity projects that would support forward-looking servicing agreements. We would identify how much capacity could be made available for forward-looking servicing agreements and the associated area municipal allocation. Through this, we'd also identify the milestones that need to be achieved for each of the next steps in the process. Next slide, please. Step two, so this is the request for reservation and agreement. So this is proposed to be implemented through a tri-party agreement between the developer, the region, and the area municipality. What this agreement does is reserve capacity as per the terms of that agreement. So it would specify the number of units and type of units that the capacity is reserved for. And what the reservation is intended to do is ensure that future water supply capacity is held for that development. Next slide, please. The next step is the confirmation of capacity, and this would occur within 12 months of a water infrastructure project becoming available. This is a notice that the region would issue to both the area municipality and the developer, and would occur at a stage when the water supply capacity infrastructure project reaches a stage where the region could say with confidence that the water would be available within 12 months. At this point, it's intended that the water would be made available for construction purposes, so a developer could proceed with building permit issuance. Next slide, please. The final step is the commitment of capacity. So this is a notice, again, that the region would issue to both the area municipality and the developer, confirming that that capacity is available and occupancy of any buildings could occur. In our early thinking, we would see this capacity being reserved for a specific time period of up to 24 months to ensure that development is moving forward and that the water capacity that's been reserved is being used to support housing in a timely way. As drafted, if that capacity is not used in whole or in part, the area municipality would have the discretion to reallocate that capacity to other lands. This has certainly been an area where we've received a lot of feedback from our planning focus working group and our various development industry groups. And there is a need to look at providing some clarity around what is meant by used, and also looking at the time frame for what the capacity would be available. Next slide, please. So while staff have expedited the development of this draft policy, further consultation with the area municipalities and the development industry is required. As Rod mentioned, we've been having these conversations actively with these groups, and we're seeking feedback from the stakeholders by June 22nd, at which time staff will refine the policy and the agreement language. Today, this is an information report for council to keep you informed on our progress on the policy, but we are happy to take questions and feedback tonight. Staff intend to bring forward a further update on forward-looking servicing agreements to Regional Council on July 8th. Thank you.
So I have a couple speakers. And we also have a deferred motion from June 3rd that was moved by Councillor Harris and seconded by Councillor McCabe. We also have a staff recommendation. So I don't know if this is premature, if we want to hear from the questioners, but I'm wondering if, based on the information provided in this report, are there any objections if we withdrew the deferred motion? So specifically, Councillors Harris and McCabe, are you okay withdrawing the deferred motion?
I'm comfortable with that. I don't know if Councillor Harris, I was waiting for him to speak as the mover.
Do you want to just put that motion back up, if you don't mind, on the screen? I don't have it in front of me.
So you're looking for the deferred motion or the staff motion, Councillor Harris?
Well, you can put the staff motion up now. That's what we're on right now, the staff motion.
The staff motion is what is up, but I'm happy to read the deferred motion if you want to hear it.
Well, the deferred's on our screen.
This is the deferred motion.
All right, and the staff one is,
If you don't want to.
no, I can remove it, it's fine, I think we're basically saying the same thing in somewhat, Form 1's forward-facing agreements. Is the the Provincial Land Facilitation Office, are they already just the assumption that they're involved in, bringing these groups together anyways?
Mr. Regier?
Through you, the provincial facilitator has been participating in most, if not all of the meetings, certainly all the meetings that I've participated in the last 2 weeks, so.
Okay, that's fine. We'll withdraw, and if there's any, significant, public pushback on that after this has been approved, we'll have to go back at it in July, but we'll hopefully allow these parties to move forward, because this is an important aspect that has to be done.
So are you willing to move the staff recommendation?
I will withdraw mine, and sure, I'll move this one.
Councillor McCabe, do you want to second the staff? Okay, thank you. Councillor Ivanovich.
Well, I'm confused now, going back to the clerk's advice earlier, because this motion right now only speaks to, if you can put it back on the screen, please. It only speaks to, I think, draft plans. It doesn't speak to site plans. It doesn't speak to infills and so on. And so the whole point of motion 2 that I had is to actually deal with the breadth of development and to divide it up as has been requested. So there's the administrative agreement between the region and the area municipalities, and then the actual municipal forward servicing agreements rest with the area municipalities where planning responsibility actually lies now. So I'm just confused if we withdrew that other motion, where this is coming from.
Fiona's going to shed some light on this.
Through you, Chair. The report that's before you this evening in the reference to forward-looking servicing agreements there are related to the draft approvals up to the date of the allocation policy. And motion number 2.
The pre-May 6th stuff.
That's right.
Okay, gotcha. So we need to deal with both, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
It's okay, it's late. There's been a lot. Councillor Shantz.
My question is related to the presentation, so thank you for the presentation. I'm a little bit confused as to the responsibilities of, I'm not confused, I'm confused in the presentation and the recommendation about the responsibilities of the region and the area municipalities. I don't quite understand what I think I heard, that the region would be entering into an agreement with the developers when that's the purview of the area municipalities. So can you just sort of clarify those edges for me?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. So the way the forward-looking servicing policy agreement has been structured is in a way that shares the risk between the region, the area municipality, and the developer. So it's intended to be implemented through a tri-party agreement with all 3 parties.
And can you explain the rationale?
Sure, through the chair. So it's really about risk sharing, so ensuring that all of the parties associated in that servicing agreement. So the region as the water provider, the area municipality as the planning authority, and the developer are sharing some of the risk associated with the forward-looking framework.
Okay, I like that rationale. I need to think about this a little more.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, we still have a fair amount to get through. So I've got 3 more speakers, and we still have another motion by Councillor Bravanovich, and we also have a notice of motion from Councillor Rodriguez, and we have to approve bylaws. So I am going to go to Councillor Foxton.
Madam Chair, if I may, under other business, I'd like to speak to council when we get to it. Thank you.
Then I'm sure you're going to vote to extend, Councillor Craig. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, were the area municipalities aware of this before the motion was created? Were they aware of the tri-agreement?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, so a copy of the draft framework that was appended to the staff report, as well as the draft agreement, were shared with the area municipalities. And we did hold a working group meeting with both the planning staff from the area municipalities and the CBOs to talk about the content and receive feedback last week.
But not the mayors?
It was shared through staff.
So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. I understand the risk being shared by both the region and the local municipalities. I don't understand the risk being shared by the developers because we want to incentivize ongoing development as soon as the water constraint is lifted. And so is there a way that we could take them out of the risk bucket?
I think the answer is no, but Alyssa, I'll leave it to you.
Through the chair, so thank you for the question. So we've certainly received a great deal of feedback from the development industry that the agreement as drafted does not strike the right balance with respect to the sharing of risk. So it's feedback that we're taking back as we look at the agreement, but I do anticipate that a draft agreement will still require some sharing of risk between all 3 parties.
Okay, so have they elucidated for you what would be the appropriate balance of risk for them? And can you articulate that for us?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. They have provided the feedback that we're not striking the right balance today, but they have not provided specific feedback about what that balance would be.
Okay, I'm not comfortable putting risk on developers, but I don't know how to do that. So okay. Thank you.
Councillor Vanovich.
Maybe I can help a little bit here because I really try. I asked a lot of these questions as well of our team at the city and trying to sort of understand why this difference. And so my understanding is these draft plans of subdivision are things that are lingering from before essentially the transfer of planning responsibilities. And so they involve things like expired or pending service agreements with the region. And so we want to be in a world, and we have to be in a world in those ones where we look at the forward-facing agreements that it's actually a tri-party one. For all other projects, other than this group, we want to recognize the change in planning authorities that happened, and that's why there would be an administrative agreement between the cities and townships in the region that would allow the framework to happen, and then it would be between the planning approvers, which is the townships and regions, and the development community builders for those other projects going forward. This is just a narrow scope for a specific number of projects that are lingering on from the old system. Hopefully that's clearer than mud.
Good, so it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to call the question. There are no more speakers. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
I'm in favor, Chair.
Okay, so that is carried. Councillor Bravanovich, I believe that you have another motion that you want to be considered.
Yes, so it was motion number 2, Chair Redmond, and it's seconded by Councillor Salonen. And motion 2 is essentially focused around the forward-facing agreement. So it takes the water timing that we dealt with in motion 1 and now speaks to moving it forward based on the chart that was provided in the report of June 3rd, 2026, subject obviously to those water levels being achieved as they're anticipated between July 1st, 2026 through to January 1st, 2031, which was in that report. And if you can just scroll down, and I'll paraphrase the be it resolved, what the agreement is calling for is that regional staff work on administrative agreements with our area municipalities. Those administrative agreements would have responsibilities in both directions. So our municipalities would have to report all building permits to the region so that they can actually keep track of this stuff and track the amount of water that's being actually used against what has been provided. Notification processes if either the region finds out that they have more water or less water, and how area municipalities would be informed of that. And also a force majeure clause. So for example, we had another explosion at a place like Greenbrook. Obviously, that's an unanticipated thing, and it provides a safety valve for the region. It would then, once that administrative agreement is signed, it would allow the area municipalities to move forward with their municipal forward-facing servicing agreements. That the region would coordinate any required regional approvals associated with those agreements, and any of the approvals would not have any of the regional conditions withheld as long as they were issued within the parameters of the allocation tables, and all of the necessary approvals were met. And that in terms of the administrative agreement, be brought, the next paragraph actually speaks to what we just dealt with in that first motion, which is the stuff pre-May the 6th. And that the other ones would anything post-May the 6th would be allowed to move forward between the area municipality and the property owner, which is consistent with where the planning approvals now lie.
So this has been moved and seconded, and again, I am going to go to staff because this was a late arrival and I have not had time to digest it. Did you speak to staff about this motion?
Yes, I did, and there were a couple amendments that I had forwarded, and they're incorporated in here based on dialogue with our solicitor, Ms. McCrae, and with our CAO, Mr. Batty.
And I think that's good information to have, so I guess I'm just going to ask Fiona, can you give us a reflection on this?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, we had an opportunity to review and make suggested amendments to the motion. And it does provide for what the region has proposed for the forward-looking servicing agreements for draft approvals prior to May 6th, and contemplated that forward-looking servicing agreements would be part of the responsibility of area municipalities for the other types of development and post-allocation policy draft plans.
And I'm wondering, does water staff or planning have any input? Did you see this motion before it was put on the floor?
Through you, the chair, we were able to see the motion in advance, and we made recommendations which were adopted.
Amanda?
Through you, Chair Redmond, yes, we did see it and think that there can be the two motions, but one thing I did want to comment is that as we were receiving feedback on the allocation policy, we were giving some consideration to this as potentially one broader bucket, but they can proceed as two separate processes, if desired.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Wolf.
I'll call the question.
So now we have to vote because there is another speaker in the queue. So we are now voting on calling the question. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor James.
I'm in favor.
I was going to ask basically the questions that Karen asked, but since she did.
So colleagues, that is, oh no, it's not carried yet. Colleagues, that is carried. We're now back to the motion. It's been called, moved and seconded. Please cast your ballot.
Chair, I'm in favor.
That is carried, colleagues, and I'm looking for a motion to extend. Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Do I have unanimous consent to extend?
If we vote against it, no.
So we have unanimous consent to extend.
No. Is that extend for an hour?
Up to.
Can we put a time limit on it? No more than 30 minutes? Okay, well, I just wish people would
Okay.
hurry it up.
So the next notice of motion is consent, okay. Councillor Rodriguez, who I know is going to be the soul of brevity, as he talks about a motion that he would like to present for consideration tonight. Councillor Rodriguez, we need a motion to waive notice. You're moving that, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Do I have unanimous consent to waive notice of motion? Yes? So I have unanimous consent to waive notice of motion. Okay, so Councillor Rodriguez, you have a notice of motion. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Wolf?
Okay, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, one whereas clause. Had an
Acceptable.
I had an opportunity to visit with folks at the Hydro Cut with Councillor Wolf and connect with staff on this. For those who may not be aware, I understand there's some that might. There's in one of the regional forests, the Hydro Cut, a really massive mountain biking operation, a real departure from our water talk. And so they have a long-standing agreement with the region that is perhaps out of date, and they have some long-term plans that and some items that they need to work out with staff, perhaps through the regional forest management plan. And so this is work. This motion is really just asking staff to come back in the fall to committee with updates to this existing stewardship agreement. This is work that's underway, and I understand from staff this was advance circulated to them, and they've expressed no concerns with this. To come back in the fall with updates to this agreement, and also to engage with the Hydro Cut through the ongoing forest management plan. And I want to thank the Hydro Cut for sharing more about their operation and the importance of getting this work done so that they can continue in a pretty unique circumstance in one of our regional forests.
Councillor Wolf, do you want to speak to it as a seconder?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to say it's an excellent organization. that supports recreation, tourism, and stewardship, and it continues to be important to many residents in the region and beyond. And they'd like to come in and speak to us about their project, and so this is just moving the stewardship thing faster.
Super. Councillor Liggett.
So this is without a notice of motion, right? Like this is just put on the floor tonight.
We waived notice of motion. We had unanimous consent, so.
Okay, but my question is, do we normally, should not a waiving of notice of motion be for things where it needs to be done in such a timely fashion that there's no other way? Like I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, why are we even doing this tonight? Is it such an emergency?
So I think it's a really valid question. Unfortunately, we're past that point right now, so we're dealing with this motion, but it is always up to council if they want to waive notice of motion or not. So it has been waived. The motion's been moved and seconded, and so we can now vote on it.
I think my question is still valid, Madam Chair. I see this happen quite often, and I don't mind voting on it, but I think we do this too much, and especially now tonight. Here we are at midnight, and we're dealing with something that could have waited, from what I'm understanding. So it's just notification to council. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Okay, so we will now be voting on the motion before us.
I'm in favor, Chair.
Colleagues, that is carried. There's no unfinished business. Other business? Councillor Craig, who again will be the soul of brevity,
Thank
right?
you, Madam Chair. I have to go to the dentist at 9 o'clock, and I feel I've been in the waiting room the last couple of hours. But anyways, on a serious note, I'm very unhappy about what happened tonight with the protesters that burst into this council chamber. And I don't think it's something we continually ignore. I mean, they forced council to leave the chamber, and it bothers me that we have people here in the chamber who are visitors or delegates and having to witness or be worried about what they're seeing. Now, these individuals went downstairs and carried on downstairs in the atrium for about a half hour. And this only reflects back on yesterday in the meeting that council had and the insults that were thrown at the regional chair. And again, going back to other meetings that we've had where councils had to leave the council chamber because of misbehavior. I think it's something we have to deal with in terms of a protocol or a discussion. And I'm asking that at perhaps the next council meeting, we can deal with it, because there are ways we can start establishing the fact that this is a safe place to be, and it's a place where people can be respectful and be heard properly. I think we were fortunate enough tonight to have the police chief and 3 deputies here. And I think it's important that we realize that. So I'm asking, Madam Chair, that this be followed up. I'm not going to ignore this, and I don't think we should ignore this. And I think we should start establishing behavior that we expect from delegations or from people in the building. And if people can't behave, then we can notify them they're not allowed in the building. There's all kinds of things we can do. But I'd like to have a discussion, if I may, and I'm requesting that at the next council meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I guess the only thing that I would point out, Councillor Craig, is you're asking for a protocol. We do have a protocol, and our protocol is that we vacate the chambers and security come in. And I only raise this because this is not the first time that we have had to leave the chamber, and our utmost concern is always about the safety of the people who are in the audience, as well as staff and council. So we do have a protocol. I just don't want people watching this on YouTube to think that we don't. I understand what you're talking about, civility, and we can certainly broach this subject when it's not 12 o'clock.
Well, I understand that, Madam Chair, but I think we need to have a discussion to further to sort of between ourselves examine what's been going on, because, quote, the protocol's not working, because these people are going to be back and we're going to see an amplification of this behavior.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Ivanovich?
Yeah, no, just very quickly, and I appreciate where Councillor Craig's coming from. If I can maybe suggest to Councillor Craig, because as you pointed out, Chair, we already have a protocol, and I'm wondering if staff can actually take what happened tonight away, consider it and look at it in the context of safety and security of property, which is a provision that staff can look at and report back appropriately to council using that mechanism.
Councillor Craig, would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm always acceptable, Madam Chair, to any kind of extension of making this a better place. But I mean, this has been very serious. And I think people in the building today witnessing this, it really, in fact, impacts individuals who are not used to this kind of behavior. Sure, we can talk about it, but let's start talking about other steps, because this isn't working.
So I'm going to go, I've got Councillor James and Foxton, and I'm just cautioning everybody, we still have to enact our bylaws. So Councillor James.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I also agree with Councillor Craig. This is something that is becoming more and more serious. There are many city halls, government buildings we go into, and at least people do is check ID, and we don't even have that. And there is a serious safety risk, not just for us, but for people who are in the building who are watching or delegating. So I think there's something valid about coming back with some sort of updated protocol, because I think the norm that's been used since I've worked here 10 years ago, it's not working anymore. The climate is completely different. So something has to be updated in regards to the code of conduct that's in this building and access to the building, which we never deny access, but we have to put in some measures. So I'm with Councillor Craig on this. It's a tough time to be in politics. It's also a tough time to be anybody who is working in government right now.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and I agree with my colleagues. But what am I concerned about is that we walked out and all those people in the crowd were here. And what if one of them brought their child with them or something? You can't predict who's going to come here and be there that night, or a few seniors or something. That would have been terrifying for them. I don't know the answer. And then I think the next elevated stage is somebody gets a little nuts and comes in with a gun. So we really have to look at things, and we really have to say, look at this world today. I mean, it's not the same as when I was 10 years younger, 20 years younger, 30 years younger.
I take the gravity of the situation. I really hope we aren't going to predict violence, because I would tell you it was aggressive behavior. It's very difficult to codify civility. I listened very carefully to the delegations. I would have to tell you, I also believe in democracy, and I think that we should be as accessible as we can be. Safety and order should be our utmost aim, and I do worry for staff, and I did think about people who were in the audience, so I think this is a valid topic to talk about. But I do worry that, I mean, we could have everybody join virtually if that's what we wanted to have. And I don't know that that's good for democracy either. So it does warrant a further discussion. I'm now going to move to the enactment of bylaws, first, second, and third readings. If I could have a mover by Councillor Bravanovich, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Do we have unanimous consent to adopt all of the bylaws of tonight? Yes. We have. And now we've come to that sad, sad day. Councillor Gowing and Foxton, do I have unanimous consent to adjourn?
Good night, everyone.